This conference will now be recorded. This conference will now be recorded.
Bună dimineața tuturor! În primul rând vă rog să ne scrieți dacă există probleme de sunet. Vă mulțumim mult pentru participare. Este a doua zi când venerabila Robina transmite online pentru grupul din Cluj.
Can you see me? I can't see I'm not there. I can't see myself.
Yes, you are here.
Okay, good.
But you have to turn on your camera.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I can't see myself. Camera, okay. Right.
Turn it on.
Okay, so I've got to just settle so I can see the Buddha. Hang on.
Yes.
So you can see the Buddha, yeah? A little bit,
Yeah.
the Buddha. Okay, fine. Good. Okay,
30,
here I am.
37 people.
This is Orange Tara here. And she's for, I think she's for wealth. So anyway, so go on. Who's here? How many people are here this morning?
38 people are connected already.
Wonderful. Good morning, everybody. So happy we're all here together in this big world. It's amazing. So
Maybe
should we continue? Shall we continue from yesterday, Marios? That's the plan.
To ask people if they feel comfortable to turn on their cameras.
If you, unless, you know, I'd love to see you all, but that's up to you. I know you're there, but it'd be lovely to see your happy faces. It really helps me to see your faces. Thank you so much. I'd love to see you. If you're in your pajamas, it's okay. On this Sunday morning. Anyway, whatever, you can come and go as you feel. So let's do a little prayer to start, and we'll do a little meditation, get ourselves going, okay? So we first do our prayer of refuge. We're just thinking we're going to rely on this prayer for those of us who already identify with being a Buddhist. We're reminding ourselves of our reliance on the Buddha and his teachings. And then the second little prayer is stating our kind of altruistic reason for being together this morning. Is to listen to these teachings and to see, the main thing is to listen to it for advice. You know, you might really like what you hear, but the point is it's advice. I mean, if this was cooking class, you can love all the cakes, but unless you make a cake, what's the point? You know, you can, but and that's okay, but it's nice to listen. So even if at the end of the day, there's one small piece of advice that makes sense and you try to practice it, then that means it's been worthwhile. That's the point. Okay, so I'll sing our little prayer. Sangye charang soke chognam la jan. Oh, I forgot to say the motivation. So to listen to it as advice for what? To help us develop our fantastic potential for less suffering, less misery, less confusion, less fear, more kindness, more contentment, more wisdom. That's literally the point in Buddhist psychology. It's very simple. And then not only for our own sake, but then so that because we live in this world together, so we can be of benefit to others. This is the whole point. It's a very simple concept, really, but a hard job to do. Sangye charang soke chognam la chang chu badu dagni kyab suchi dagi chernyen gipe sonam ki drola penchir sangye drubpa shog sangye charang soke chognam la chang chu badu dagni kyab suchi dagi chernyen gipe sonam ki drola penchir sangye drubpa shog Sangye charang soke chognam la jang chu badu dagni kyab suchi dagi chernyen gipe sonam ki drola penche sangye druppa shog. So why don't we just do a little quiet 5 minutes, a little meditation. And there's lots of meanings to the word meditation, but sometimes we get a little bit confused. We think it's to make all the thoughts go away. Sometimes we think it's a relaxation technique. Sometimes we think we're supposed to have some kind of special feeling or vision. It isn't like that, you know. It's this kind of meditation, the one that's the first kind in Buddhism. It's really just called concentration meditation. It's a training. You're training yourself to focus your mind. So we can see in our daily life, we've got no focus at all. Our minds go all over the place, no control. And we can also see we can't control the thoughts, which is really fascinating. We should think about it. It's very fascinating that as soon as we wake up, the thoughts are uncontrolled, aren't they? They just come. We don't decide to think. All the crazy thoughts are there. So this concentration meditation, when you're really advanced, you develop this incredible skill to be in complete control of your thoughts. I mean, in Western psychology, that seems insane. There's no equivalent in our modern psychology. We just think having uncontrolled thoughts is normal, you know. But this is what Buddha has found, this amazing technique, and it came even before him, these amazing Indians before him, you know. More than 3,000 years ago, these Indians created this technique. They were the ones who really, as the Dalai Lama puts it, they were the ones who began this investigation into the nature of self. You know, it wasn't just Freud 100 years ago, like we think. These Indians, incredible, you know. So this technique comes from them, and it's still a living, real, practiced technique every single day by thousands of people. Millions of people have accomplished it. So we might not accomplish the final result of it, which is super advanced, but we can try, we can train. And the key benefit from this isn't that you're going to get concentration, isn't that your thoughts will go away, isn't that you're going to come and feel blissful after 5 minutes. No, it's training yourself. It's training yourself to stay focused on something. And the real benefit that we bring into daily life from this meditation skill is that you know, instead of just being completely absorbed in all the things on the outside, all the people and events, and then getting caught up in the misery, we start to develop an ability to notice our thoughts. This sounds so simple, but it's quite profound. And you don't just simply then notice them. What real practice is you then learn to do something about them. You start to argue with them. You start to change them. This is really the job. It sounds peculiar to us in our culture. We don't think like this, you know. I think in the West there's a type of therapy called cognitive behavioral therapy. Well, that's exactly what Buddha is, but to a very sophisticated degree. You know, that's really what the point is. So we'll just do a little few minutes of concentration. We did it last night, we ended, so we'll start with this again. But just remind us, there's the kind of the appropriate way to have the body. The body doesn't meditate, but it's appropriate to have the body in a conducive and conducive position. I have to remember to stop touching my face. Remember, stop touching your face. I've got to use my tissue. So the body doesn't meditate, but it's really good to have it in a conducive position. So that means there's several little points, and we'll just go through them, okay? So first, the best scenario is to have your legs in what they call the full lotus position, because if you're going to become an advanced meditator, then this is how to sit in the future. But I remember the Dalai Lama said one time, it's really auspicious to, if we can start our session in full lotus position, it's very auspicious for our ability to do it in the future, just for a second, you know. And if you really can't, that's okay. And if you can put one leg on the other thigh, that's good. If you just have regular cross legs, that's fine. And if you can't, like I'm sitting in a chair, sit in a chair, whatever you can do, okay? But I'll just go through the points of the body. So the first is your legs. If you can have full lotus, fantastic. If not, whatever. The next is your back. So, you know, obviously the back isn't in itself is not straight, but have your back upright. Don't slump. This is important. You know, we've got these subtler physical energies, and the more, you know, when we're more advanced, if you slump, then everything can't flow smoothly. So have your body very upright. But look what happens as soon as we do that, then we tense our muscles. Well, don't relax your muscles, okay? Don't tense. Hold your body upright, but relax your muscles. And your shoulders the same. Then your hands, there's different positions, but the classic mudra or gesture, they call in Sanskrit, is your hands are like this in your lap, left underneath, right on top, and your thumbs touching like this, but sitting in your lap, okay? Forming a triangle in your lap, if you can. If you like that, that's fine. Otherwise, have your hands resting on your knees as you wish. It's okay. And then the main thing is your head, okay? First of all, the head should be slightly tilted forward, not thrust back like this. Makes the mind agitated. Slightly tilted forward. Then the jaw relaxed and the lips slightly apart. And then the next one sounds peculiar, but there's logic to this from all the great yogis over the centuries. Have your tongue resting behind the top teeth, just near the palate. Apparently, for the great meditators who meditate for hours on end, this prevents you from dribbling. It's very practical, or from swallowing the spit all the time. The tip of the tongue resting behind your top teeth, lips slightly apart, jaw, your head tilted slightly forward, jaw relaxed. And then finally, your eyes, have them, you know, actually for the great meditators who meditate, you know, throughout the day, it's really best to have your eyes open, because then the light comes in and keeps your mind sharp. But for most of us, we don't have good concentration, so we'll just get distracted. So have your eyes lightly closed, and beneath your eyelids, having your eyes looking down, as if you're looking along your nose towards the ground. Now that's the position, okay? So settle into this position, but then kind of forget about it, because as I said, your body doesn't meditate. It's just to make it conducive for your mind, you know? So don't forget to have your heads slightly tilted forward. Don't thrust your head back. It's important to be slightly tilted forward, and then your mind is more relaxed. Okay. So now we're just going to do a simple concentration technique, okay? And this is it's kind of technically very simple. And you know, don't expect any amazing results. That's silly. But the technique itself is not complicated. What we're going to do is we're going to first locate we're going to do some concentrating, attempting to concentrate. So you need to concentrate on something. Well, one of the first techniques that Buddha taught was to concentrate on the breath. So the breath comes naturally. You don't have to force it, isn't it? So we can just decide. So you're going to locate, first of all, just locate the sensation at the tip of your nose as you breathe in and out. You're going to notice it's slightly different in and it's different from out. But never mind that general area, that's going to be our focus. So we're going to just first do a couple of breaths, very natural, all the way down to your abdomen. Don't force, not tension, not loud, very natural breaths. And just you're going to locate the sensation at the tip of your nose. Just do a couple of breaths and locate that. That's going to be what we focus on. Okay, so now it's really technically simple, but don't expect brilliant results. That's foolish. What we're going to do is attempt with strong determination for about 3 or 4 minutes to pay attention. We're going to pay attention, like our teachers say, like your mum says, pay attention. Like you are forced to do. Think about this. You are forced to pay attention when you're driving a car, aren't you? You cannot get distracted. Well, think like that. So you don't just drive spacing out. You don't get all kind of relaxed. One of the biggest misconceptions about this kind of meditation is you're supposed to relax. Well, if you relax, you'll get killed in a minute on the road. You've got to relax, but you've got to be focused. You've got to pay attention, and you cannot afford to be distracted. Have that sense of kind of determination, okay? The aim, this is not a relaxation technique. It is not to have a vision. It is not to make the thoughts go away. It is not to get nice feelings. None of that is the point. The point is to keep your attention on that breath. So naturally you'll wander off. You grab it and you bring it back to the breath. You'll get wandered off. Grab it and bring it back to the breath. That's the job to be done. Okay? So with determination for about 3 minutes, pay attention to the breath. Just bring your mind back to the breath. Don't space out. Stay alert. That's the point. Keep the mind sharp. Just the breath.
No, nu mai fă o pauză compania și
Just the breath. Stay focused. So relax now. That's enough. About 4 minutes. Good quality 4 minutes. Okay. So yesterday we talked about the mind, basically. You know, I like this is Buddha's expertise. It seems if you look at Buddhism and you look at, say, Tibetan Buddhism, and you look at all the pictures and all the people with monks and nuns and all the rituals and all the painted buildings and the statues, it looks unbelievably complicated. It looks like the most religious of any religious ritualistic thing you'll ever see in your whole life. They beat the Catholics, I promise. But then you really think about what's the purpose of being a Buddhist. It's really important to understand the essence of it. The essence of it, you strip away all of that. The essence of it, like we talked yesterday, we need to understand this. The essence of it is learning to become intimately familiar with what is going on in our mind. And for the Buddha, this reason is very simple. It's because what goes on in our mind is the source, the main source of our happiness and our suffering. That's it. That's the fundamental point. So Buddha's view is, like we talked yesterday, Buddha's view is we have this incredible potential to, on the basis of familiarity with the mind and on the basis of our ability to distinguish between all the neurotic, unhappy, painful, distressing feelings and the valid, appropriate, positive, optimistic, beneficial feelings, and to learn to be in charge of it. The feeling we have, I think, that's most strong is that we kind of, our mind runs us. We feel like we're being pulled by a bull by their nose. We don't feel we have any control. This is the commonest experience we have. This we all know. Excuse me. So the Buddha's approach is we can learn to be in charge of it. So this is the bottom line. I mean, if we look at the word Buddha, which is the end result of all this hard work, this is what Buddha says is our potential. It's indicated by the word Buddha. Bud implies, the first syllable implies we can rid the mind completely of all the rubbish. Da, the second syllable, implies we can develop all the good qualities to perfection. Now, this concept is so simple. It's such a simple concept. It's like a joke. It sounds so easy. It sounds so easy. But it is an easy concept. But to do the job is the hardest job in the world. And for the simple reason that we're addicted to the opposite. We're completely driven by all the unhappy thoughts. They race ahead in our mind all the time. Like I said yesterday, I've never yet met a person who says, I can't stop thinking good thoughts. Nobody complains about that. I mean, so we can see the thoughts that seem to overrun our mind that make us distressed are the anger, the fear, the jealousy, the resentment, the low self-esteem. We are so familiar with these, depression, anxiety, you know. We're so familiar. These seem to be, and they seem to be very loud sometimes. And then we can't even hear any positive thoughts. We don't know. I mean, so that's why I joke and talk about how, you know, how I've got all these thoughts of my roommates, and we can see we've got the crazy roommates and you've got the valid, good roommates, useful ones. And it's a simple way to put it, like a joke, but it's got real meaning, you know. So the Buddha's approach, and this is based on his own experience, the job that he did, based upon getting this single point of concentration, based upon getting a deep understanding of the mind, the way Buddha describes it, and then doing the work every day. This is the job of being a Buddhist. I'm sorry. And so it's a slow day by day job. And it's not easy. It's not easy only because the unhappy thoughts, the crazy thoughts, the uncontrolled thoughts are very old habits. That's all. That's the main reason it's difficult, because they're old habits. So when we can understand that, we get more courage. You know, we get more courage. And so then again, if we study Buddhism, one of the key things we need to study, if we choose to, that's up to us, we need to study the way the mind works. Buddha's view of the mind is very specific, you know. We use all the similar words: love, compassion, kindness, anger, generosity, you know, depression, anxiety. Everyone knows those words, but Buddha's got a very specific approach to understanding these feelings and emotions, you know. So there's two main things, you know, in the first part of our practice, which, you know, this nice analogy that Buddha has: a bird needs two wings, wisdom and compassion. So compassion, and we're going to talk about this later, this is the point of the path, to be able to benefit the world, your next door neighbor, the ant, the dog, your auntie, your brother. This is the point of everything, is to be able to be of benefit to others. But we can't, as the Dalai Lama says, compassion isn't enough. It means we need to develop the wisdom wing. And I mean, we don't talk like that in daily life, but all that means is being in charge of your own mind, knowing what on earth is going on, being in charge of it, having discipline, having control, having, you know, working on your mind, learning to work with the delusions and the unhappiness, and work with your virtuous qualities, and learning more and more and more to be in charge of everything. That's really the simple way to put it. That's the wisdom wing. So what that means, well, then in order to understand why that's necessary, we have to understand the way Buddha talks about the mind. So one of the key problems, there are two main functions of all the unhappy states. Think of anger, think of depression, think of anxiety, simple words. The two main functions. One is they're very, very disturbing. This is the point. This is what suffering means: the intensity of the feeling. We can't bear the pain, isn't it? We just can't bear the pain. When you're angry or distressed or anxious or jealous, it's unbearable pain. It's so obvious. But the real thing to understand is the way these states of mind function. This is where it's unique to Buddhist psychology, you know. And initially, this part is hard to see. So all of this is the developing of the wisdom wing. You are the direct beneficiary of this work. You become more clear, more wise, more stable, more content is the real benefit. The more you become more fulfilled within yourself, and then you become less, you know. So the second function, which I'm going to talk about now, is the one to understand. The second function of these unhappy states of mind, these disturbing emotions, is that they cause us to not be in touch with reality. There's a strange way to put it. We don't talk like this in modern psychology. But you know very well, if you're really angry with somebody, you can't see clearly. They look like a monster. It could be the person you adore, you love, you know, but you suddenly get mad at your child because they won't be quiet and they're making you crazy. I mean, you want to kill them. I mean, when anger is there, the object of that anger, for that period that you're angry, if you really analyze it carefully, especially if it's your boyfriend or your mother or something, the person you're close to, whom you get so angry with, you can see that in that period of being angry, apart from you being disturbed, the person looks really horrible. They look ugly, you know. So that's the part that's really, we have to understand how the way these states of mind affect how things appear to us. This is the way they talk in Buddhist psychology. So as we know from talking, one of the key terms used to refer to these disturbing emotions is the word delusion. And it's very clear in English. I know in some languages like Italian and French and other languages, I don't know about Romanian, there's no really good definition. There's no really clear word for this. What's the word what's the word for delusion in Romanian, Marius? Is it a word you use in daily life? The actual word delusion.
Confuzie sau
What?
confuzie.
No, that's not right. You're talking about confusion.
Yeah.
That's not the meaning of the word at all. Not at all. Not at all. It causes you to be confused, but it's not the function. It's not the direct translation of the word delusion. You don't have that in Romanian, the word delusion?
Yes,
Look up your-
no, don't have it literally. It's more illusion, like illusion.
No, that's nothing to do with it either. That's not the meaning either. So there's no actual word. If you put in the dictionary now, Google dictionary, look it up, the word delusion, and see what comes up in Romanian. Can you do that for me now?
Isn't it disillusion? Isn't it disillusion?
No, not at all. Different word.
It comes
What's it come?
more like
Delusion.
discomfort, or
Nothing to do with that. So there's no direct translation of the word delusion. No. What's it saying though? What's it saying?
There
Tell me
is
the-
one. There is one, înșelătorie, or something like deception.
Deception. That's getting closer. That's getting closer. So what?
Amăgire.
Huh?
Amăgire.
What's that? Okay. So if I'll explain it in English, it's a really crucial word to understand, because when we understand that this is a function of all the unhappy states of mind, then we can begin to understand why they cause us suffering. This is the central point in Buddhist psychology. This is the central point. So in English, in psychological terms, there is a term delusional. And if you're accused of being delusional, what the person is saying is that you're not in touch with reality. You're seeing fantasies. So we can say that's hallucinating, if you like. We can say that's illusion, but that's not really direct enough. So in other words, and this is exactly the point that Buddha's making, like I said before, when anger is in your mind, one obvious result is you're very disturbed. That's evident. But this other one is, check what I said before, when you're really angry. I mean, think about a person like your ex-boyfriend who cheated on you and he threw you out. So when you haven't forgiven him, so you're still angry with him. Now look how that he appears to you in your mind as an ugly person, as a horrible person, as a person who looks terrible. You can't even bear to hear his name. You don't want to look at his face, because he is the object of your anger. And that anger in your mind, one, makes you disturbed, but two, causes him to look ugly. Think about it. It's so simple. Now think of the other main delusion. These are the ones we talked yesterday. There's really two in daily life that are so huge that is the source of all the other unhappy states of mind. And as we just talked, attachment is the first one. And then when attachment, because attachment is like this junky inness that's deep down, that always wants the nice thing, always wants the boyfriend to say the nice words, always wants only the pleasant experiences, and can't bear problems, basically. So the second in your daily life a problem comes, what is triggered in your mind is this aversion. So aversion is like the fundamental state of mind that's the opposite to attachment. So when attachment's in your mind, and it gets the nice things, those nice things appear very delicious. So when you love your boyfriend, we know he appears unbelievably handsome and beautiful to your eyes. It's really obvious, but we don't think like this. But we should see it. It's very evident. When you have attachment, you want to go towards the object. If you're attached to chocolate cake, you want to go towards it, and it looks delicious. If you're full of cake and you've had your fifth piece and now you'd vomit if you had one more piece, you want to walk away from the chocolate cake because it looks disgusting. We kind of understand this experience. We live our day like this, going from one to the other. Well, this is fundamentally powerful to understand in Buddhist psychology. In English, it sounds very simple in ordinary life, but it's not, it's profound. So attachment is the driving force. And in deep inside us is this constant craving to only get the nice things. It can only cope with the nice things. It only wants the cake that I want, and the sound, and the word, and the boyfriend to do everything perfectly, and the weather to be perfect, and the job to be perfect, the body to feel perfect. We don't want anything distressing. Attachment is like a junkie that only can cope with the nice things. Now, the second it doesn't get the nice things, the second the boyfriend says the mean word, the second you've had too much cake, the second the weather is horrible. We all understand ordinary experiences. That's when aversion comes in the mind, and now everything looks ugly. So when you have strong aversion, that's called anger. You shout and you yell. When you have internalized aversion, it builds up and it becomes depression. So we have to recognize these things. And as we talked yesterday, the stumbling block, the main problem is we don't notice what is happening in our mind until our body is involved. This is a really major point to understand. We talked about this yesterday because we pay attention to our body. We're obsessed with our body. We don't notice all these thousands of thoughts underneath throughout the day. I mean, if we could transcribe on a piece of paper, every thought we had in one day, you'd have written a novel, I promise. Thousands of pages, because there's never stopping thoughts. And what the Buddhist view is, we have to learn to go deeper, and that's why we need concentration, meditation, to begin to listen to these crazy thoughts and then learn to gradually control them, go, argue with them, and we get gradually lessen them, and we gradually grow our positive thoughts. And the result of this is your contentment, your fulfillment, and your clarity, because you therefore see other people more clearly. You're not just being pulled like a crazy person from pillar to post between attachment and anger, which is how we are now. I mean, this is not the analysis we use in modern psychology. This is the Buddha's analysis, and it goes to very subtle degrees. So this is why we need to become familiar with our mind. But what do we do? Throughout the day, all we're noticing is the outside world. We recognize feelings come in response to the outside world, but then it's too late. We're already screaming and yelling, or we're depressed in bed and can't get out of bed. We have to learn to pay attention to our thoughts. That's the essence of being a Buddhist. Now, let's go back though. This is more advanced. If we have put it if we look at this packaging of Buddha's teachings, and if you've studied a bit of Tibetan Buddhist way of looking at the Dharma, and they've got this package of the teachings called the Lam Rim. It's a weird Tibetan term. That means gradual path. It's all the Buddha's teachings, all presented in a nice, orderly way. So I like to put it in terms of the first level is junior school, then we have high school, then we have university, and then you've got postgraduate. Well, what we're talking so far, all yesterday and today, is high school. It's working on your mind. It's the main point of being a Buddhist, but it's more advanced. So what's the first level of practice? What's junior school? Well, it seems almost silly. It means learning to control your body and speech. That's where we have to learn to abide by the laws of karma. So the two main components, the two big pieces of information that we need to become familiar with if we choose to be a Buddhist. In junior school, it's all about the law of karma, and which means it's basically Buddha's presentation of ethics, good morality, ethics, what causes happiness, what causes suffering, and how to learn to control our body and speech. Why? Because at the moment we're driven by attachment and anger and jealousy and all the other dramas. We want to learn to first harness, control, subdue, discipline. I like to put it this way, to discipline the servants of our mind. And that's the body and the speech. What we do with our body and speech, it's obvious, is an expression of what's in our mind. But as we don't pay attention to our mind, we therefore don't pay attention to our body and speech, and therefore we suddenly see ourselves eating 5 pieces of cake without even being aware. Or you see yourself wanting to scream at somebody without even being aware, because we're not paying attention. This is the essence of it. It's a practical job. It's just a hard job to do, that's all. Don't mystify it. Don't think of it as religion, It's practical. So let's look at this other one then, karma. Let's look at this whole business of karma. It's a huge part of the Buddhist philosophical view of the reality of the world, and why we suffer, why bad things happen, why good things happen. This is a huge part of it. So the essence of the wisdom wing is junior school, you learn to know about karma and abide by the laws of karma. And the essence of high school is you then learn to go into your mind and do what we've been talking about already. And these are the main components of a person's practice. And when you begin to abide by the laws of karma, discipline your body and speech, be aware of your mind, do a bit of practice every day, the result is, as you keep developing this, you become a better, wiser, more relaxed, more content human being. You are the direct beneficiary of this practice. Then on the basis of this, because you're removing all the craziness, you're seeing people more clearly. You're not just seeing people through the lens of your attachment and your anger. Now you see people more as they are, and you realize, oh my goodness, we are all in the same boat. We're all suffering. We're all crazy. We're all all unhappy. And then you start to want to practice compassion. It's a very logical progression, you know. So let's look at karma then. This is a really huge one. Many people in the world who like Buddhism never think about karma. They might do mindfulness and look at their breath. That's fine. And some of you might be like this. You don't have to like karma. But seeing as I'm talking, I like to talk about karma, and it is Buddhism, so you're going to listen to karma. So we'll discuss it, okay? Because I think a lot of people really like this idea, because one of the biggest questions in our lives we all ask all over the world is why does this happen? Why am I like this? Why does suffering happen? Why does this happen? We have that big question. I mean, if we ask the question why, we need to look into if there are answers, you know. So, you know, you got, I mean, it seems to me all over the world for centuries, some human beings are looking into the nature of reality. Well, how fantastic. I honor and respect them, whether they're called Australian Aboriginals. I mean, if you listen to the viewpoints of Australian Aboriginals, they've been going around for 40,000 years before the white people came along. They've got this such strange, unusual, sophisticated view of the universe. They call it dream time. It's such an unusual view. You've never heard anything like it, you know. That's them. Then you've got the American Indians. And I'm sure in your country, before the white, you know, the Christians came along, people before them had viewpoints. All over the world in centuries, you've got lots of human beings, all with different ways of seeing the world. How fantastic. I respect every single one of them, all the Christians, the Muslims, you name it. So here we're talking Buddha's explanation. And it's up to us to look into these things and not just blindly believe. Buddha would say that's just being ignorant, it's being intellectually lazy. But to look into these things if we're interested. It's up to us, you know. So, okay, Buddha's view in many ways is fundamentally different from both the materialist philosophical view, which is the prevailing view of our world, you know, and then also fundamentally different from the creator religions. Buddhism has many aspects of what you would call religion, you know, but the Buddhist view of being religious doesn't mean you believe in a creator, which is the usual view we have. That's not the Buddha's view. Now, some of you might have faith in a creator. I'm not trying to insult you, but that's just not Buddha's view. That's the point. So what's Buddha's view? Well, you have to remember who Buddha is. This guy, 2,500 years ago, coming out of this amazing Indian tradition before him, these great Hindu thinkers and scholars and yogis and meditators about dealing with the nature of reality, dealing with the nature of self and universe. That was their expertise. He went as far as he could go in that system, and then he diverged in his own direction, in particular in relation to his own direct findings about the nature of the universe and the nature of self. It all leads to that. So, okay, so his view of the universe, as I said, is fundamentally different in certain areas. And the way to understand the difference is to understand what he means by the mind. So mind in the modern world, we refer to the brain. So Buddha doesn't argue we've got a brain for sure, but that's not his expertise. You ask those great yogis 3,000 years ago where their brain is, they wouldn't know. But their expertise is the actual subjective cognitive process itself of all the thoughts and feelings and emotions and unconscious and subconscious, etc. That's the expertise. So, okay, the Buddha's view of the mind, and this is fundamental, is not physical. It is not referring to the brain. It doesn't mean that there's not an interdependent relationship between our thoughts and feelings and the brain. And these days with neuroplasticity, people are now recognizing that, you know. One, it is not the mind, not physical. Two, it's got much subtler levels of cognition. And this is what we've already indicated by looking at this single point of concentration. The Buddhists, and this is coming from the Hindus, when you've accomplished single point of concentration, your mind can go to a really much subtler level of cognition that we don't even posit as existing in our culture. Three, This mind of ours has this incredible potential to be completely rid of all the rubbish and full of all the goodness. This means Buddha. And when you really look into the details of what you'd be like if you were a Buddha, it's like, it sounds like science fiction. But Buddha's got this, his view of the mind's got this incredible potential. The next piece about the mind, which is hugely different, both from the materialist view and, let's say, the Christian or the Muslim view, if you have faith in a creator, then you believe that God, at the time of conception, God puts a soul there, and the essence of you is your soul, and that comes from God. Buddha has no view like that, none whatsoever. Second, if you're a materialist, you believe that your mother and father, on the basis of having sex, the egg and the sperm come together, and that is you. They don't posit a separate component. You're only the physical. We know that, don't we? They don't talk about another component, So then if you're a materialist, you're created by your mummy and daddy. And if you're a Christian, you're created by God. Buddha has neither of those. I mean, Buddha agrees that your mother and father give you a body, but he says your consciousness, your mind, is not your body. It is another component, but he doesn't talk about a soul or a spirit. He doesn't use those words. So Buddha talks about how we have mind or consciousness, and it's not coming from anybody else. The more you study the Buddhist philosophical views, the more you study Buddhist psychology, the more you practice it, the idea that someone can give you a mind, give you anger, give you love, give you compassion, give you the tendency to be good at tennis, which is how we think in the materialist world. It's weird. It's the weirdest idea for the Buddha. I know I sort of make it like a joke. So it's a really interesting point to think about. So these are the points about the mind. So the final point, if your mind doesn't come from your mother and father, and if your mind doesn't come from a creator, well, you've got to ask yourself, well, where does it come from? Or as we would say, where does it begin? Well, if you think of your mind, in the Buddhist term, they talk about you've got a river of mental moments, they talk about, even they refer to a mental continuum. So think about it very simply. All your thoughts and feelings of today, you can track them back to yesterday. And even though you're asleep and unconscious, you know that your consciousness just didn't disappear. It was always there, but at a subtler level. And that you track back to the day before, and you track it back to the day before, and you track it back to the day before. So if you had perfect memory, you could track all your thoughts and feelings in this unbroken chain of mental moments right back to the first second of conception, couldn't you? You would do that. So then you've got to ask the question, what about the moment before conception? Where did my continuity of consciousness come from? Well, it didn't come from mummy and daddy. It did not come from a creator, and it can't come from nothing. So the only option, this is the Buddha's view, it comes from a previous moment of itself. It's a continuity of mental moments that is not physical, and at a subtler level, before your consciousness, so your consciousness comes into the egg and sperm, and it joins the egg and sperm, and that's the beginning of you. So before conception, your egg was in your mother's body, the sperm was in your daddy's body, and your consciousness was a previous moment of itself, this continuity of mental moments at a subtler level. And the Buddha would say not more than a few weeks before that, it was in a previous body, and so on and so forth. It's all described in great depth and detail in all the Buddhist texts, So then that's the first point. This consciousness goes back and back and back and back and back and back and back. The second point is, what governs what goes on in that mind, what determines what arises in that mind, and indeed what determines what arises in your life. This is called the law of karma. So if we have faith in a creator, we know that God runs the show, God determines, and then God is the boss, God makes the laws, you obey God's law, you get rewarded or you get punished, speaking very simply. Okay, and that's fine. We have faith in a creator, nothing wrong. But that's not the Buddha's view. He's not a boss. We don't need creating, he says. And this is his point. The Dalai Lama he made a joke one time. He says, well, the law of karma is like self-creation. And this is the fundamental point in Buddhism. That he's saying basically every millisecond of whatever we think, feel, do, and say is the fruit of things we've done and thought and said before. So in other words, just like we understand exactly, if I see you play the piano and you're really playing Bach beautifully, and I say, wow, why are you so good at playing music? And the obvious answer, well, Robina, I have practiced. I'm good at piano today because I brought that habit with me from yesterday. Well, why were you good yesterday? Because I brought it with me from the day before. And why were you good the day before? Because and when you began to play the piano, what even the main cause of that was the tendency in your mind to be good at it. So this is the Buddhist view. It's what karma means. But the Buddha extends that beyond just this life to past lives and future lives. But the principle is exactly the same. But what's fascinating for us, you know, I'm good at piano because I've played piano in the past. Why are you good at gardening? Because I did gardening before. I've practiced gardening. It's a habit. This is so evident. It's so obvious. But we seem to have a completely different set of rules when it comes to emotional habits. This is what's fascinating to me. You know, why are you good at piano? Well, I have practiced it. Why are you good at gardening? I did practice it. Why are you bad at piano? Well, I didn't practice it properly. It's clear. We take responsibility. But then why are you angry? Oh, that's not my fault. That's my father's fault, my brother's fault, my sister's fault. So we have for emotional things, habits in the mind. And for the Buddha, the habit to be angry, the habit to be loving, the habit to be good at music, they're all mental tendencies. There is no difference. But we have a very different set of rules. So in the first one, we're happy to take responsibility for the piano. You know, when I say to you, oh, why are you good at piano? You won't go, oh, it's not my fault. It's Bach's fault. It's Steinway's fault for making a good piano. It's my teacher's fault. Nothing to do with me. We never say that. We're honored to own responsibility. Why are you good at love? Same thing, because you practice being loving. Why are you good at anger? Same thing as because you practiced anger. But it's almost so simple, but we make it so complicated in our culture. We have to find something out there that happened to me and it makes it not my fault. It's very complicated. We make it so complicated. The Buddha view is really simple in a sense, but it takes a while to hear it, and then it takes a while to apply it, you know. So his simple point is, every single sentient being, every monkey, every human, every ant, you name it, they're driven by this law. It's a natural law that runs the universe. All beings live within this law. This law runs beings. It's not so just like in the same way you would say the law of botany refers to all gardens. There's no special botanist up there who runs gardens. It's simply the name we give to the laws that clever people have articulated. Well, that's exactly the way Buddha talks. If I'm a Christian, and I'm not criticizing, I used to be a Christian, and I have great respect for Jesus Christ and the Christian teachings. We know, you know, that Christianity is God's law. God is the boss. God created the universe. So that means I need to do what God said. Now, I'm not criticizing that. You live a very good life. But it's a very different way of seeing it. Whereas the Buddhist one, you're not doing Buddha's law. There's no such concept. The Buddha is not a creator. He doesn't posit a creator. He says we don't need a creator. We create our own happiness and we create our own suffering. That's the principle. And it takes a while to hear this. So the approach then in Buddhism, if whatever I think and do and say and experience is the fruit of what I've thought and done and said and practiced in the past, just like the piano or whatever, then, and if, putting it to the next level of clarity, if whatever I label happiness is the fruit of my past actions, and if whatever I label as suffering is the fruit of my past actions, and then I conclude I don't want suffering and I do want happiness, then I have to learn to know what is happiness, what is suffering, and what are the causes. So it's like learning botany. You look in the garden, you can't tell the difference between a weed or a flower, but then you learn botany and you start to be able to recognize, well, you do want flowers and you don't want weeds. So you learn the laws and then you apply it. It's exactly the same here. But we hear it in such a moralistic way. We hear it as punishment and reward. We get guilty. We beat ourselves up. We're so neurotic. We make all those problems. Karma does not mean any of that, but we hear it like that. But it's a very basic principle, you know. And then when we realize that we are in charge of that, so I like to use and the Buddha's, all the teachings always use, the Buddha uses the analogy of seeds and fruits. So if you use that analogy, you know, then your life is your garden. whatever is in your life is the fruit of your actions. We are the boss. So not, oh my God, I must have been a bad person. That's how we feel. No, on the contrary, wow, I'm the creator. I'm the one who's make my own suffering, and I'm the one who can make my own happiness. So you feel like you're in charge. And just this view of taking on board in our lives, the view of karma, it makes us very accountable. It makes us grown up. It makes us less victim, less angry, less depressed, less blame, less guilt. This is really very, that takes a while, but that's the point. That's the implication of it. So, okay, if this natural law, for the Buddha, it's a natural law, no one runs it, no one created it. The Buddha has observed that this is what happens. If it is a natural law, and then you want happiness and you don't want suffering, then just like you want a nice garden and not an ugly one, you better learn the laws. It's really not, it's not complicated. So it's not so what are the laws of karma? Well, Buddha would, I mentioned one way of describing all of Buddhism is in terms of, Buddha says it's a method of getting happy and stopping suffering. And he says, if you look at all living beings, you're going to find every living being wants happiness. Every living being does not want suffering. It's kind of a really seemingly simple, but a fundamentally powerful point. So if this is true, we better know what it means, suffering and happiness. And this is where we look into the Buddha's first teaching called the Four Noble Truths. It's his first teaching in Varanasi. He presents that first, there is suffering. Second, there are causes of suffering. Third, you can finish suffering and its causes. And fourth, the method of how to do it. It's the whole presentation of the Buddhist path, Okay, so it's really important then to understand what he means by suffering. And this also implies hugely, when we talk this afternoon about compassion, what's compassion? Compassion is empathy for another person's suffering. So we need to know what Buddha means by that word suffering, because right now, excuse me, excuse me. Because right now, we have a very limited view of suffering. So the first level of suffering, the Buddha's in the first noble truth, he states there are 3 levels of suffering. And the first one is the one we all agree. The next 2 are more subtle, and we won't even go there yet. But the first one is, he calls it the suffering of suffering, the suffering of pain. And so, speaking very simply, that suffering, we all know it, is when the bad things happen. Now think, it's such a simple way to put it, it's embarrassing. Think of your life. As soon as you get a pain in your knee, as soon as your boyfriend leaves you, as soon as the weather is bad, you hear about coronavirus, we call that suffering. And when you analyze what that is in relation to attachment and aversion, it's very simple. The suffering is when the bad things happen, which is when attachment doesn't get what it wants. And that's really clear. So when we look in the second noble truth at the causes of suffering, this is where Buddha presents very clearly there are 2 main causes of suffering. So one is called karma, and then one is called delusion, these unhappy states of mind. One is called karma, which means a past action that I did on the basis of a delusion that harmed another. That left a seed in my mind that unless you pull it out, it won't go away. Everything stays in the mind. Then that will eventually ripen in this life, let's say, as the boyfriend cheating on me, as you're getting a knee ache, get a headache, get coronavirus, your husband leaves you, whatever it might be, the thing that we call suffering. So it's not complicated concept. It's just that we don't think like this. The analysis we have in the materialist view, or the analysis we have from the point of view of a Christian or a Muslim, they're very different philosophical presentations, aren't they? So many of us, we just say, I don't know why things happen. It's all good luck and bad luck. I mean, that's okay. Think what you like. This is the Buddha's explanation. So it's very interesting. He says the law of karma runs the universe. There's no action that occurs. There's no thought that arises. There's no thing that people do that isn't within this law. In the same way that you look at any garden on the planet, the law of karma, the law of botany refers to every single one of them just naturally. So that's the way Buddha refers to karma. Whereas we're so used, this is a really crucial point, we're so used to thinking of religion as made up by a creator, and I'm not being rude here. By definition, God, for the Christians say, is the creator. He makes the laws. He's therefore got the power. He therefore has to be obeyed, and therefore he punishes and rewards. That, you think about it, that philosophical view is how we think about religion. And then even if you're not religious, this is still our philosophical view. Like in your own mother's home, when you're a little girl, mummy says, don't do that. And you ask, why not? We know her answer. It's exactly the same as God, because I say so. And that's the Christian view. I'm not being critical, but we've got to see the difference philosophically. You know, I always quote my priest friend. I asked him, how do you define a sin? What is a sin? He said it's very clear. A sin, by definition, is going against the will of God, doing what God said not to do. That's what makes something a negative action. Well, that's exactly what makes it a negative action in your mother's household. And she says, don't do that. Why not? Because she said so. So, you know, that's the view we have about morality, about ethics. That's why we get guilt and fear and neurosis. That's why the God says this, mummy said it, the government says it, the police say it, everybody, don't do this. And if you do it, you get punished. And if you're good, you'll get rewarded. That's the view we have. So this is a view that we have made up, Buddha says. It's okay. It's reasonable when you're a little girl to do what mummy said. It's good discipline. But to believe all your life that it's wrong to go near the fire because mummy said, I mean, mummy, hopefully you'll learn later on the real reason not to go near the fire is because it will burn you. That's the natural law component. So that's the Buddha's view about morality. It's a natural law. It's got nothing to do with the fact that Buddha says do this and do that. He's not the boss. He's not a creator. He's more like a doctor who advises us. This is a really important point to understand. Fundamental. If we just take the view of karma as punishment and reward, it's very childish. Because the Buddha would say there is no punisher, there's no rewarder, there is no creator. So we've got to think about this, you know, because that's how we hear it. So for the Buddha, like I'm saying, it's a natural law, karma. So let's say a bit more about it. In general, the general point is that everything we think and do and say sows seeds in our mind that won't disappear unless we pull them out. So those seeds will ripen further along in that mind in the future as our experiences. Speaking very simply. It's a very natural and very logical, natural process. So if you sow seeds in your mind from being angry or jealous or loving or kind, playing piano or being good at mathematics, you sow the seeds in your mind, and one of the key results is you have the habit to keep doing it. That's one way that this law of karma plays out in our lives. But there are 4 results of karma. And of course, it's not evident when we listen to it, but it's very clear. It's all very described in great detail in all the literature, the Buddhist literature. So the first way our past actions ripen in the present is what happens at conception, the birth you get, the mummy you get. In our case, we got a human birth. This for the Buddha is like winning the lottery. It's the fruit of incredible virtue. We must have programmed our minds with lots of conscious, intentional, non-harming or particularly non-killing of sentient beings practiced in the context of a spiritual path, and as Lama Zopa says, probably practiced in the context of keeping vows of non-killing. We'll discuss that. It's a very powerful concept. So the first result of our past actions is that we got a human mother. You know, there's mummy and daddy lying there having fun, and we come along. They didn't make us, they give us a body, but we created the cause from our past virtue to get a human mother, as opposed to a dog mother or an ant mother or a bird mother or whatever, you know. Then the next way our karma ripens is within that person, the way your mind works. I mean, you've got Hitler and you have Mother Teresa, two extremes, isn't it? Well, they've both got human bodies. That in each of their cases is the fruit of one of their, you know, there's like 4 tracks of karma. So in both cases, they each got a human mother. In each case, that's the fruit of a particular karmic seeds of non-killing. We have millions of karmic seeds. The next track of karma is the tendencies and the personality traits and the characteristics of those 2 human beings. Now, obviously, they're very different. We can see that Mother Teresa must have practiced kindness and compassion and devotion and humility and didn't harm anybody and only helped. And we can see that Hitler did the exact opposite by the evidence of his life. It's fairly obvious, isn't it? Third way that karma ripens is in what happens to us, how you're seen and treated by others. These are called experiences, you know, and we can all see we're all very social beings, aren't we? From the time we're conceived, we have connection with other people, mummy and daddy and sisters and aunties and uncles and rats and cockroaches and everything else. We're very social, and we can see very simply, it's not very complicated. If you look in your life up to now, you can divide into 2 categories. All the people and sentient beings who have impacted upon you. There are those that have harmed you, and there are those that have been nice to you. So simple. It's clear. You know, you think about it. So these are called experiences similar to the cause. The fourth one is called environmental karma, and it seems even pretty abstract, but it's all described in the literature, you know, and that's the very way the physical world impacts upon us. So we take one action, for example, a virtuous action of conscious non-killing, there are 4 results. One would be, let's say, in terms of rebirth, you get a human birth, for example. Second, you'd wake up in this life with no tendency to kill. You won't want to kill. And if you look at the world, that's pretty unusual. Most humans kill something. Even most of our religions, with respect, would say it's okay to kill some creatures. I was taught as a Catholic that God made all the other creatures for our benefit, you know, including to eat them for breakfast. So if you look at the second the result of non-killing is you wake up in this life, or you develop at some point, you know, the wish not to kill. That's pretty amazing on this planet. Third result of non-killing is very simple. In relation to others, you won't get killed and you won't die young. Well, so far, so good for all of us. Here we are still breathing. And the fourth result of non-killing environmentally is that the physical environment will nourish you. The air will be nice, the water will be nice, the food will be delicious. You won't get sick. So you can see some people get healthy, live to an old age. Some people don't get killed. Some people have a good tendency not to kill, and you have a human birth. These are all the fruit of non-killing. So there's 4 levels, 4 tracks of karma. One is the main result, the type of birth you get. One is your tendencies in your mind. One is the experiences you have at the hands of others, and the fourth one is the environmental. And if you think about your entire life, there's nothing left. There's the physical world you live in. There's the people who impact upon you, including the rats and the cockroaches. There's your own tendencies and your own physical body. That's it. So the law of karma for the Buddha is his observation of this natural law that is what are the causes of this. So given, very simply, that we know we don't want suffering results, we'd rather not get killed, we don't want to continue to kill, we don't like to get sick, and perhaps if we can think about it, you don't want to be born as a rat or a cockroach. I mean, it sounds like a joke in the West to talk this way. Then the simple conclusion is I must stop killing. And you that's it. I mean, it's practical advice. It's like you go to the doctor. And this is I use this analogy. It's a very helpful one. If we think of religion normally as punishment, so then when we hear about karma, and you think, well, as a result of killing, I'll die and be born a cockroach. As a result of killing, I'll get killed. As a result of killing, I'll get sick. Immediately we hear it as someone punishing me. That's how we think. But the Buddha's saying there's no punisher, there's no rewarder. It's a natural law. So in just the same way, we understand that when you go to your doctor and she says, well, please, Marius, don't smoke. You might get cancer. Now, Marius will not burst into tears and accuse the doctor of trying to punish him. How dare you say you will give me cancer? No, he doesn't hear it that way. He's very grateful that his kind doctor gives him good advice. He doesn't think that she's punishing him. That's how we think. I mean, it's very childish in a way. The Buddha, is like the doctor. The Buddha is an advisor. From his own experience, he has observed this is the karmic result. This is the result of doing actions that are harmful. And equally, the result of doing actions that are virtuous, The same law applies to weeds and flowers. So then equally, if Marius thinks, thinks this dualistic view of punishment and reward, he won't go home and then he notices his doctor is not there. He won't get his Marlboros out and start smoking and say, oh, well, she doesn't see me smoke, I won't get cancer. Everybody would laugh at that because we know that cancer and its relationship to smoking is a natural law. That's the way Buddha talks about everything. He does not have any concept like punishment and reward, but that's how we hear it. So it's very important to think about this, What time is it? Noon. I think time for questions. Have some questions. Have a bit of a break. What time's our session finishing?
1 o'clock our time.
Okay, so you want to have a break now? You want to have a couple of questions? Have a couple of questions, then we'll have a break, okay?
Okay.
Couple of questions. Any questions so far? I've said quite a few things already. Any questions?
Yes.
John.
Hello. My name is
Who is this?
Andras.
Andras, I can't see you. Oh, there you are. I can see you. Good. Talk to me.
So my question is that sometimes it is difficult to tell what kind of emotion you are feeling. And so what is the Buddha's method to get better at identifying what you are feeling? For example...
Okay, it's a really good question, Andras. Very simple question. If you don't know how to identify physical illnesses and you have a generalized kind of pain, you're asking me, it's difficult to know what kind of pain I'm having. That's what you're saying effectively, isn't it? Well, what would be your method for learning? What would you have to do? Very simple. What would you have to do?
Well, that is the question. I don't know. Because
no, think about it. It's a very simple answer. If you don't know the name of the physical pain you've got, if you had to find out what is the method you'd use, it's not mystical. What method would you use to identify what your physical problem is? What is the method you would use?
Well, I would search for information.
Thank you. And you'd go to the medical sources, wouldn't you? You'd learn, yes. I mean, speaking correctly, you'd go and learn medicine, wouldn't you? You'd learn all the theories, wouldn't you? If you look in a garden and you don't know botany, you're saying to me, it's really hard to know what is a weed and what is a flower. You're saying that, aren't you?
Yes.
Good. What's your method for learning to distinguish between herbs and flowers and weeds? What is it called? The method, what's it called? What would you have to do?
Yes, in my case, psychology.
You'd learn botany, wouldn't you? You'd go to school and learn the theories, wouldn't you?
Yes, I agree.
Can you see it's not complicated? Can
yes,
you? I'm getting to a point. No, but I'm leading you to the conclusion. Can you see so far the principle is clear, isn't it? Would you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to continue. If you're playing music and you're telling me, Robina, it's really hard to know whether I'm playing the right note or the wrong note. That's what you're saying, aren't you?
Yes.
Good. And your method is you learn to know musical theory. That's the method you'd use. And then you have the basis for distinguishing between the right note and the wrong note. When you learn botany, you now have the method to help you distinguish between a herb and a flower. If you've got ill health and you learn health systems, you now have the method for distinguishing between what you'll identify what your physical problem is. It's not complicated. We have these methods, do we not? You accept this?
Yes,
I
I
need you
do.
to
But
answer me. No, but you no, don't. I get you. I want you to be clear about this first. Don't keep saying but. I understand your question perfectly. I'm going to come to a conclusion now, but I want you to get the point first because it's the same principle. You get the principle I'm saying, don't you?
yes, I do.
Good. It's exactly the same here, which is what I've been telling you. Buddha's got a particular, we're describing here Buddha's mental health, Buddha's botany, Buddha's music. It's a particular way of presenting. Are you hearing me here? It's a very specific presentation of what is suffering and what is happiness and what is anger and what is jealousy and what are the causes. It's a very detailed presentation of suffering and its causes. So in exactly the same way, if you want to know what your physical pain is called, you learn mental health. Here you're learning Buddha's view of physical health. Here you learn the Buddha's view about the mind and happiness and suffering and what it is. That's the nuts and bolts. And that's the basis of your ability, plus concentration meditation, the ability you have to learn to look into your mind and recognize what is anger, what is love, what is compassion, what is jealousy. Can you understand the principle first?
Yes.
You get the point. So clearly, but the key to your question, and this is how we all ask, you used the word feeling, didn't you?
Yes.
Didn't you? Right. So now, this is our trouble, as I mentioned yesterday, because we are very addicted to our bodies. We only notice what's going on in our mind when our body becomes involved, when we have a physical feeling. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Do you agree with that? So that's like the wheels falling off. Were you here yesterday?
Yes.
You heard the analogy I use. You're driving your car and you're literally not paying attention to anything that goes on in the car because you've never heard of such a thing. And so the only time you notice they've got a problem is at 100 kilometers an hour and your wheels are falling off. That's what you're saying. It's hard to know what you're feeling at that level. But the point is, it's too late. The whole thing is collapsing, but that's our problem. Because we don't pay any attention day to day of what's going on in our mind before it becomes intense feeling, and that's why it's very hard to distinguish. Are you hearing the point? That's why you need concentration meditation. That's why you need to understand the Buddhist model of the mind, understand what is anger, what is attachment, what is love, what is jealousy, what is compassion. And the crucial point that we have to understand is that all of those states of mind are referring, at the most fundamental level, they're referring to a series of concepts in your mind, deep down. They're like, but we don't pay attention. It's only when they come to a full emotional explosion and the body is shaking, then you notice. Of course, it's hard to notice then, but it's too late then. You have to learn to know your mind when it's quiet. So you listen to all these concepts, because anger is a conceptual story. Attachment is a conceptual story. Jealousy is a conceptual story. Anxiety, love, compassion, they're all rooted in being elaborate conceptual stories, like a script deep in our mind that we're not even paying attention to. It's only when the body is shaking, which is the result of all those stories exploding at the level of emotion, and it's too late then. Are you understanding my point now a bit? Can you hear that?
Do. Thank you.
Does it answer the question?
Yes.
You sure?
Well, it's very hard to put it in practice, but
Exactly, you hit it on the head. And why it's hard is because we're addicted to not practicing. In other words, it's easy to start to learn to play the piano if you don't know any piano. But if you've been playing piano wrongly for 30 years, it's hard to change your habits, isn't it? So we've been practicing love and anger and jealousy and depression and anxiety, the Buddha says, for many, many lifetimes. We come into this life at the time of conception programmed with these habits. So it's really hard to see. And when we understand that, we'll have some humility and patience with ourselves and not expect magic results. It takes time, but it's possible. Do you understand?
Thank you very much.
Good. Okay. So what else, people? Anything else?
Shall I read one?
Yes, please do.
Where is karma when a 44-year-old good, kind man dies of aneurysm 6 months before his wedding? Is good karma, bad karma? Is it karma for the man that died or for the people around him?
Well, karma is the natural law that also describes all the happy things, you know, but it's very fascinating, and I will answer the question, but I want to make this comment first, and we all do it. We only think of karma when it comes to bad things. And what's implied in your question is the concept that it's not fair, isn't it? Somehow, in other words, when we say something is not fair, we assume that someone does it to us. All of this is deeply implied, but it's hard to see these assumptions in our mind. That's the view we have. Like I just said before, you're proving the point that you're hearing karma as punishment. So every word you said in that sentence, you can hear that it's not fair. Where's the karma? This good man suffers an aneurysm 6 months before his wedding. It's like, it's how dare this happen? Someone out there is being really mean and punishing this poor innocent man. That's exactly how you're thinking, I'm sure, but that's how we all think. So let me ask you a question. And this is the question we never ask. In other words, if this man didn't have an aneurysm, there he is, this man who's good and kind, and he falls in love, and he has a wedding coming, and he gets very happy, and he lives a happy life, and they have happy children, and they have a lovely house, and he has a lovely job, and all the beautiful things happen. And then you say to me, where's the karma in that? And where did he deserve this? We would never ask that. But it's interesting, the explanation is exactly the same. The law of karma refers to flowers and weeds. So the Buddha is saying everything that we experience or do or think or say is the fruit of actions we have done in the past. Every person, whatever suffering we have, and this man dying before his blah, 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 you know, so that's in the third track of karma, like I mentioned before, and that's called experiences similar to the cause. Specifically, dying young is the fruit of past killing. He got good tendencies, that's the fruit of those good tendencies. There are different tracks of karma. So his happiness in that life, it's the fruit of his past virtue. The suffering in his past life, in this life, is the fruit of his past non-virtue. Good things happening are the fruit of virtue. Bad things happening, the fruit of non-virtue. It's just a natural law, and it plays out in everybody's lives. That's the general answer. And then, of course, all the people in his life, his girlfriend who is going to marry him, she'll be devastated. That her experience of losing a partner, that's the fruit of her past karma. His mother will be devastated. That's the fruit of her past karma. Everybody is all running within this law of karma. That's the general answer. Someone else?
Yes, I would have a I'm interested in the difference between attachment and connection with people.
Very good.
Because a lot of things I see that people are replacing one term with another. I see a lot of people say you don't have to be attached to people and things in order for you to be happy. But at the same time, I see them going into an extreme where they think that they will achieve just on their own powers and they don't need other people around, and they kind of treat them as objects sometimes. So I'm interested in what's the difference between the two.
I understand. Yeah, I understand. And what you just said then is a very common misconception and the result of misunderstanding what attachment is. So when we think of attachment, we think of it as being close to somebody. And then we think if we have to give up attachment, we think we have to be detached from people. So then that can easily be a consequence where you end up just being very self-centered. And that's completely not the point. The meaning of attachment is much more subtle than that. So first of all, we can see we're very social beings in this life. We get born to a mother. We have fathers, sisters, aunties, uncles. We are very social beings. Our lives play out in relation to others. We can see this. So we can divide it. If we think of the compassion wings, a particular, we'll discuss this afternoon, the particular way of presenting, the particular practice we need to learn to do called equanimity, which is getting a recognition that all the people we call friends, all the people we call enemies, and all the people we call strangers, and there's no fourth category, it's the entire universe, and these three groups of people are the three other objects of attachment, aversion, and ignorance, the three root delusions, the three poisons. We're trying to get a recognition that they're all equal, so we try to step, so we're going to discuss that later. So if we look into the world, we have people who we label friends. And basically what that means is, in this context, is those we are attached to. Our mummy, if we love our mummy and attached to our mummy, our beloved children, our beloved boyfriend, our next door neighbor, our sister, whoever we're attached to. Some of us are attached to lots of people, or we're close. These are the people we're close to also. They're two separate things. Being close to somebody, loving somebody, having compassion for somebody, having a strong karmic connection with somebody is one thing. But having attachment is another. But the trouble is we conflate them. As soon as we feel we've got a boyfriend, a feeling of closeness, you've got a karmic connection with that person, you've got some history with that person, you bump into each other again in this life, and then various things happen. You've got the virtuous states of mind called love, compassion, kindness, patience, generosity, and they play out in relation to your boyfriend. And then you've got attachment and anger and jealousy and resentment and all those qualities, the negative ones that play out in relation to your boyfriend. So the ones that Buddha's talking about that are the problem are called attachment, not love. Love is good. He's not complaining about having a karmic connection with somebody. That's fantastic. We've got strong history with each other. So what we have to do is learn to recognize attachment and distinguish it from love. Learn to recognize anger and distinguish it from compassion. So they play out in relation to people we have a connection with. I mean, you don't hate strangers. They're people who neither make you happy nor make you suffer. So how do we feel about them? We couldn't care less. They could all drop dead, and that's 99% of the universe. So we have this group of people that really we have intense connection with. Some are called enemies and some are called friends. So they're the ones our lives play out in relation to. And so we have to get rid of not the connection. That's chucking the baby out with the bathwater. We absolutely should not get rid of love and compassion. That's throwing the baby out with the bathwater. What we have to do is recognize attachment is not the same as love. You know, compassion, so we have to the recognition in Buddhist psychology that there are neurotic, deluded states of mind and there are valid, virtuous states of mind. So are we communicating here a bit better? Does it make sense? Do you want, it's not clear yet.
It's not clear how we can differentiate it. So I understand that you have like.
Sorry, darling. Sorry, stop. What do you mean it's not clear how you differentiate? What do you mean by that point? What do you mean literally?
I mean, for example, if I'm in a relationship, I don't know, with my mom, let's say I have a relationship with my mom, not with my boyfriend, because it's the most relevant maybe. How do I know that it's the right kind of love, or it's attachment?
I understand. Were you here when I talked to Andres 10 minutes ago?
Yes.
Yes.
So
you didn't hear the answer there because I gave that answer. So I'm so sorry. I mustn't have said it clearly enough. You didn't hear it, obviously. I'm not being rude to you.
I did. Yes, I know. It's about maybe getting more information.
Yeah, precisely. Now that's it. That's the point, darling. It's like you're asking me, how do I know the difference between a herb and and a weed, isn't it? You're asking me that, aren't you?
Yes, but what type of science shows?
No, wait. We'll go one step at a time. What you're asking me is you don't know when you look at a garden, you can't distinguish between a herb and a flower, a herb and a weed. That's a simple example. Would you accept that point?
Yes.
If you don't know botany, you won't know the difference, will you?
No.
So the method to learn to distinguish between anger, between attachment and love. If attachment is a weed and love is a flower, then and we're using Buddhist botany here, the only way you're going to learn to distinguish between attachment and love is understanding Buddha's analysis of it. We're not using Freud's analysis. We're not using Jung's analysis. This is a very specific analysis of Buddha's. Can you hear the point?
Yes.
So the only way you're going to distinguish between attachment and love is an altruistic state of mind. It's virtuous, it's positive, it causes you to be connected to another. It wants you when you have love for this person, you want them to be happy, you see their good qualities. And then attachment is neurotic, I-based, fear-based, self-centered, delusional, distressing, and ridiculous. But we conflate them. We think they're the same, and that's the problem, because you don't. So we have to learn. This is true. If we take the Buddha's botany, if you like, if we take this analysis, we obviously have to learn what he means by attachment, first theoretically, what he means by love, first theoretically, and then we have to learn to look at them inside and identify them. That's what practice is. You get the point?
Yes.
We're still not clear.
No, it is.
Discussion. Go on, talk to me.
No, it is clear.
So if you like what the Buddha is saying, you have to learn the difference. You have to learn the words, learn the theories. It's not mystical. It's just you have to learn the difference. First theoretically, and then you apply that theory to your own mind. And it's a long-term job, honey. This is the fundamental, this is what Buddhism is. This is the fundamental day-to-day practice of being a Buddhist. Are we communicating?
Thank you.
Are we communicating or not?
Yes, we are, yes.
Are there more questions from it? It's exactly the question. It's the perfect question. It's the essence of it, you know?
There is one
Can I
more
clarify?
question.
Wait a minute, wait, I'm not. What's your name, sweetheart? Who talked to me before?
Anka, my name is
Anka, so is it clear, Anka? Do you want to say some more, darling? I'm just trying to
No.
get...
Thank you.
Okay, good, Anka, that's fine. Thank you, darling, very good. Yes, Marius.
Thank you.
Go, sweetheart, good. Yeah, Marius, what? I can't hear you, Marius.
There was somebody else who wanted to address a question, but
Good,
I'm not sure.
Good. Go. I mean, it's nearly time to, we've got half an hour. You're all comfortable, so we don't have to have a break. Go on. If you need a break, we can do, but break in 20 minutes, that's fine. Go on.
Do you still want to ask a question? Oh, sorry. Then I read one.
Yeah.
Could you please tell us how we can apply Buddhist understanding to manage ourselves and relate to others in positive ways in this pandemic situation?
Well, first of all, what I've just said to Anka and earlier to Andras, was it Andras? That's his name, was it?
No, it's Anka.
Anka, yeah, but then the man before, what's his name? Marius, Anka, Andras, wasn't it?
Andras, yes.
Andras, okay. So my answer to both Andras and Anka, this is like the wisdom wing practice, knowing your own mind. So in relation to dealing with this drama, when we understand what attachment is this very deeply, so, you know, we've got attachment to the boyfriend, like Anka's describing. We have attachment to food. They're fairly evident and fairly easy to see how they function. What happens there, attachment exaggerates the deliciousness of the food. Attachment exaggerates the deliciousness of the boyfriend. That's a fairly evident level of attachment. The mind gets all excited and the object looks very delicious. So we run towards the object and then we believe that when we get the object, we'll get happy. And then especially with the boyfriend, we expect him to make us happy. All of this is the function of attachment. So talking here at a more subtle level, attachment is at the level of assumption, deep in our bones. And it's basically, like I say, it's like this constant, frantic craving for only the nice things. Attachment can only handle everything going nicely. Now, what does that mean? The boyfriend being perfect, the food being perfect, the weather being perfect, All the sounds are perfect. The job is perfect. That's what attachment wants. It's this bottomless pit. It's like a junkie that's hungry for everything to be lovely. And it's there in our mind all the time. We mightn't hear it. We mightn't even notice it, but it's there all the time. And this is where we, as we learn to know our minds ever more deeply, we're going to recognize this. So so here it's a classic example. When big suffering happens, like now, this disease all over the world, we read the papers, we listen to the news, and we get very fearful. We freak out. Maybe you've got to stay at home. Maybe you lose your job. People are dying. So what does this mean? Speaking very technically, speaking very simply, attachment is being confronted with lots of things it doesn't want, which is called suffering. That's what suffering means, when bad things happen. So because attachment is a junkie that only is happy when it gets nice things, naturally, when it doesn't get nice things, that's what aversion is. And we might get angry, or we might get fearful or worried or anxious or having panic attacks. They're all the result of aversion, which is when attachment doesn't get what it wants. So that's all from our own point of view. So then from that, because this is sickness and we don't want to get the sickness, we then naturally become very paranoid. We don't want to touch people. We don't want to be around people. Very sensible to be like this. Really cool. Can we stop the reverberating, Marius? Is it better now? Okay. So we've got to notice all that in our, and then we have to learn to be intelligent, be practical. But the other thing is we somehow think when bad things happen, and that's implied by that earlier question about the man dying, we somehow think bad things shouldn't happen. We think bad things, it's not fair that bad things happen. Well, that's where that assumption is completely false. That's an assumption of attachment, which is this junkie that only wants nice things. So this attachment makes us feel that bad things shouldn't happen. Why do they happen? It's not fair. How dare bad things happen? So we get very resentful and angry and upset. This is all because of these misconceptions deep in our mind. So when we understand this, we'll be more realistic because we recognize bad things happen. We can see it. This is every day of life, in everybody's life throughout the universe, as long as we can remember. But because we can't stand bad things, we make the mistake of thinking it shouldn't happen. But that's not logical. And especially if you understand karma, you know it's not logical, but just the way we respond to things. So all we can do is try and keep being steady, accept that bad things happen, recognize impermanence, things change, try and keep a happy mind, as well as being practical. Don't get sick. Try not to make other people sick, and try to have compassion, because we're all in the same boat. I mean, that's just a general answer. Okay. What else, Mario?
You spoke about the tendency to kill. If a mother didn't want her child and she seriously thought of abortion, the child will have to deal with these feeling emotions. How will the child heal?
Sorry, the child what? The child what?
How will the child heal?
I don't understand. You mean that there's a person who this person has discovered that her mother thought about having an abortion, but clearly they decided not to because the child is still alive, right? Is that correct?
Yes. Will the child have to deal with these feelings, emotions?
Well, I would say the child should. But I mean, I don't understand. I think the child should be so happy that her mother decided not to have an abortion. Isn't that the result? Isn't this what happened? I mean, if there's a person who has just heard that her mother had thought about having an abortion, it is obvious if that person is now alive, their mother decided not to have an abortion. So I think that person should be crying with joy and happiness every day and being grateful to her mother for not aborting her. I can't think there's a single reason to have an unhappy thought. And secondly, if you want to understand karma, the only reason a person would even think about killing you is because you have killed in the past. But that's if we don't have the view of karma, we think it's not fair. So that's the Buddhist analysis is, if your mother even thinking about killing you, it's because if you've had some karma from your own past killing. But second, the fact that she decided not to kill you, that to me is the real point. So my answer to these emotions you're talking about, you should be blissfully happy and joyful and grateful to your kind mother for deciding not to have an abortion. I can't even imagine how you can think there's anything bad about that. This is incredible. This is amazing to me. So be happy. Thank your mother every day. Any other questions? Marius?
What is the Buddhist view on kindness? What is kindness?
We'll discuss this afternoon. This is all we're going to be looking at the compassion wing this afternoon. We'll discuss all that there. Here we're emphasizing all the crazy ones.
One more. And where exactly can we learn about the Buddhist theory of the mind? What sources do you recommend?
There's millions of books published. It's very hard. I mean, this is for you to, I mean, there's so many books being published. I mean, all of the Buddhist teachings, you know, in the Tibetan tradition are all presented in this in the packaging called the Lam Rim. Everything's covered there. All the teachings about karma, all the teachings about the mind. But there are some very specific books on Buddhist psychology. But unfortunately, they're often very, I mean, because the view of the mind is quite technical, they sound very boring and intellectual, because like they're technical explanations of the way the mind works. But there are very marvelous books out there, you know. I mean, maybe, yeah, you just have to look up, you know, if you look up any book by the Dalai Lama, that's a good start. If you look up any book by the Dalai Lama, it's either going to be about emptiness, bodhicitta, or the mind. So you've got to, you know, these are all the teachings of Buddhism. So you look up any of his books, you can't go wrong. And then you look in the bibliography in his books, and they will lead you to the next ones. It's all there. There's lots and lots of material, but it's really important you find the good sources, because there's a lot of rubbish published. Because I think in the West, we think religion, you can think what you like, and people make up their own ideas. So it's really inappropriate. It's extremely important you get valid sources. So I'd suggest you start with anything by the Dalai Lama, and then you look at the bibliography, and that'll lead you in the right direction. It's really important. What else? Any questions?
What is the advice on trying to get people to show more compassion towards animals?
You have to understand it yourself first, and you have to have patience and humility with people, because you can't force. You cannot. We can see you can't force people to think differently. So all you can do is understand it yourself. Understand it yourself. Understand what love and compassion is for sentient beings, and important. And then you helping others see it. But you can't be. There's no benefit in being angry. There's no benefit in getting depressed, because this is the way the world is. It's very hard to. So you have to try and find ways to convince people, but you can't push. And there's no point in being angry. This is very clear. So in other words, don't have attachment to any results. You only get disappointed. That's the answer. What else?
Karma function in this life, or just from one life to another?
Karma is, I mean, if you come into this life, at the first second of conception, you come into this life programmed with all these karmic seeds. So necessarily they're from the past. And every single thing you do in this life sows more seeds, and they necessarily carry on to the future. It's not possible just to be one life. What else?
Can you please detail more about the influence of words in our life, how they affect our reality?
It's too broad. I think I'm not quite clear the meaning of the question. So if you don't mind, can you write it again in a different way? Be more precise. I'm not quite clear the meaning of your question. The meanwhile, other question. Please write it out again more clearly. Other questions, Marius?
What happens if you give help to people and they ignore your help?
What happens? That's what you mean. How am I supposed to feel? What happens is, I mean, this is understanding karma. You know, when we understand, there's two things we're describing this morning. One is this whole approach to karma, and one is what goes on in the mind. They both come together because karma plays out in the mind. It's different ways of presenting how the mind works. So when we understand karma, which is when we ask the question, why does something happen? then the Buddha's explanation is called karma. It's his law of karma, a natural law that runs the universe. So like I said, so the example we just said, you reach out to somebody and you're kind to them. And then what do they do? They ignore. What do they do? Marius?
Sorry?
What was the response of the person that they were kind to? What happened?
The response, sorry,
You please read the question again.
the last one. What happens if you give help to people and they ignore you?
Okay, good. So if we analyze that from the point of view of the law of karma, there are you being kind to somebody. And then the third track of karma is called experiences similar to the cause. So then if somebody ignores you and doesn't respond and doesn't appreciate your kindness, that's that kind of karma. So clearly, whatever happens to you at the hands of others, that is the fruit of an action you did like that in the past. So you're saying, what if I tell the truth and a person doesn't believe me? What if I speak? What if I, whatever happens? So people respond to us in a certain way, and however they respond, that response is the fruit of an action we did like that in the past. So you can deduce your own answer. You obviously were unkind to a person in the past and didn't respond to them. And this is much of the way we suffer in this life, isn't it? We've got ourselves telling the truth. We have ourselves being kind, being generous, being loving, and then people are mean to us. People lie to us. People steal from us. People ignore us. This is the cause of experiences similar to the cause. But we can also see good things happen. People are kind to us. People are loving to us. People speak the truth. People believe our words. People give us things. So when the good things happen, that's the fruit of a similar action of virtue you did in the past. And when the bad things happen, that's the result of similar things you did in the past related to that type of action of non-virtue. Everything we experience is the fruit of actions we did like that in the past. So the whole point about karma is to explain, because you just asked that question, is why it happened. Well, why it happened is because you caused it. That's the simple principle in Buddhism. Why is there a weed in my garden? Because you planted it and you didn't pull it out. Why are there flowers in my garden? Because you planted them. That's the technical answer. And applying that law has a very powerful effect on your life, because it stops us from feeling that things are not fair. It stops us from being greedy and expecting only good things to happen, which is how we are at the moment. It makes a big shift in the mind, but it takes time, because this is not how we think in our culture. What else?
How can one change rooted mind conditioning?
By practice. Very simple answer. If you're playing the piano for 50 years the wrong way, how do you change it? By doing the opposite. Apply the antidote. It's very simple. It just takes time, that's all. Because habits are very deep. Go on. What else?
One last one.
Yeah.
What about forgiveness from the Buddhist point of view?
Forgiveness.
Yes.
Well, it's interesting. That has a very strong function in our Christian religion because of the whole philosophy of when you've done something wrong, you must confess to God, and then God purifies you by forgiving you. How you fix your sins is by God forgiving you. So that's very powerful. So naturally in our life, we bring that same principle. So if Marius is my boyfriend and I cheat on him, and then I come and I confess, I want Marius to forgive me, don't I? So then naturally I'm going to feel that now my sin is fixed. It's a very interesting point, this. That's not enough for the Buddha. Let's say I forget cheating on him, but let's say I badmouth, let's say I'm mean, let's say I'm shouting at Marius every day and he's my boyfriend. So what happens is I'm going to work and I'm feeling all this guilt. So I ring Marius, please, darling, I'm so sorry, please forgive me. And he forgives me every time. But what good is that? If I don't make a decision to change and to stop saying bad words, Marius, in one day, he will stop forgiving me. So the forgiveness is fantastic, and it's really good for us to forgive people who have harmed us. But when we understand, if we want forgiveness from someone else, what if they don't give it? And that's the point in Buddhism. Forgiveness is very helpful to receive it from somebody, but until I make decisions to change, that's the real point of purity. It's fine to have Marius forgive me, but I'm using him as to make me feel better in many ways. I have to make the decision to change. That's the real do. And if Marius doesn't forgive me, it won't matter, because I know I've forgiven myself and I've changed myself. That's a bit of an answer about that. What else?
You spoke about the fact that consciousness does not come from the body.
That's right.
When it is created. Through the Buddhist texts, what do the Buddhists say about from where is consciousness generated? What is its source?
Yeah, very simple. From a previous moment. It's a continuity. It's a dynamic river of mental moments. There's no big bang first moment. I mean, there's no big bang first moment. There can't be of anything. This is the Buddha's fundamental point. That in the universe, we've got matter and we have minds. And as the Dalai Lama said in all these conversations he has with scientists, you know, we're all looking for the first big bang. We want the first big bang of my mind, want the first big bang of the world, want the first big bang of everything. As the Dalai Lama says, big bang, no problem, but not the first big bang. You can't have a first one, because why not? It's very logical. The Buddha says, the Buddha's view, and it's very logical. It seems to be the way the world is. He doesn't make this up, he's observed it. That everything exists within the law of cause and effect. So if you have cause and effect, it's the chicken and the egg. You cannot have a first egg. You can't have a first egg. You cannot have a first moment. Very simple, because if you can posit a first moment of this consciousness of yours, that first moment didn't have a previous cause, and nothing can exist like that. So the Buddha's view is that the world, the universe, everything comes into being at some point. You began, this package of you began at some point. This computer began at some point, but the stuff of the computer comes from before, which came from before, which came from before. The stuff of you has its sources. The stuff of this universe has its sources. So the Buddha would say very simply that both matter and minds are beginningless. If we're Christians, we track everything back to God. Buddha would have many arguments with that. Not possible, he says. That's one answer, okay? It's a thing to think about. What else?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yes.
Venerable, good afternoon, everybody. I have a question from one student of our group. The question is, please, can you tell, Venerable, how can we explain in a simple way interdependence for non-Buddhist people?
I understand, darling. Can we wait till this afternoon? It's a really good topic. We'll discuss compassion and we'll discuss dependent arising and emptiness. We will do that. I promise.
Thank you.
All right. Where are you? Where's your group? Where are you?
I'm only with my daughter and with my cat because they are all close at home.
But I can't see who you are. Who are you talking?
Hello. Hello.
Who are you?
Hello.
What's your name?
My name is Tupten Sazun, Venerable.
I can't see you. I couldn't recognize you, darling. I thought it was you. I thought it was you, but it wasn't sure. Sweetheart, I'm happy to see you again. So good, darlings. We'll have a break now. 1 hour. Is that 1 hour or 90 minutes?
No, it's until 30. 1 hour and a half.
Okay, go and have your lunch. All enjoy your lunch. So we'll all talk later. We'll discuss compassion. And thank you for that, we'll talk about dependent arising as well, darling. Thank you, everybody. Jangchub, Semchub, Guche, Make Panam, Ke Guchig, Ke Panyampa, Mepa Yang, Gongne, Gongdu, Pabasho, Gewa Din, Yudo Dag, Lama Sange, Drugyone, Drowa Chikyang Malupa, Dei Sala, Gurpa Sho. Thank you so much. So much, everybody. Thank you, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Da, continuăm. La 2:30, da. Vă așteptăm pe toți la 2:30. Continuăm pentru următoarea sesiune și terminăm la ora 5. Mulțumim că sunteți aici. Ciao.
This conference will now be recorded.
Da. Bine ați revenit. Aceeași sugestie, dacă doriți să vă porniți camerele, venerabila Robina vrea să vă vadă pe cât mai mulți. Și în momentul în care va fi posibil să puneți întrebări, vă rog să vă dați unmute dacă vreți să le adresați direct sau să le scrieți pe chat și le transmitem noi. Dacă aveți probleme de sunet, să ne lăsați un mesaj, vă rog. Da.
Hello, everybody. Happy to be here, back again. Can you all hear me?
Hello, thank you for coming again.
Okay. Can you all hear me?
Yes, and now we can see you.
Good, okay. All right. Okay. Here's my altar. All right. Okay. So let's start again. Let's start with our little prayer, reminding ourselves of our motivation to listen to these teachings, think about the meaning and see if we can apply any of it as advice. That's the plan, advice. And hang on. So it's to help us develop our own amazing potential so we can help others. Sangye charang soke chognam la jancho badu dagni kyab suchi dagi chunyen gi personam ki drola penche sangye dropa shog sangye charang soke chognam la jancho badu dagni kyab suchi dagi chunyen gi personam ki drola penche sangye dropa shog sangye charang soke chognam la jancho badu dagni kyab suchi dagi chunyen gi personam ki drola penche sangye drupa shog. Okay. So this morning and yesterday, you know, using these two wings of the bird idea. And we've been talking the wisdom wing. We didn't hardly talk about anything about karma. We just mentioned it in passing. But I think we can keep coming back to it because it's very relevant if we really want to be sincere in our practice of compassion. So let's analyze this, you know, because I think very strongly one of the reasons people come to being a Buddhist is to religion in general, to spiritual paths, is because they want to develop love and compassion. They see suffering in the world and they want to help, which is fantastic, you know. But as His Holiness the Dalai Lama says, you know, on the one hand, compassion is the point. That's helping others. It all comes to that. But compassion on its own is just not enough. We've got to have wisdom. And that sounds a bit strange initially. What do you mean by wisdom, you know? So here, like I mentioned briefly before, we understand if you want to help a person play music, you have to know music. If you want to help a person get healthy, you have to be a doctor or have methods. If you want to help a person grow a garden, you have to know how to do it yourself. That's what it means by wisdom. You have to have the knowledge yourself. So when it comes to helping people's minds, which is really what we're talking here, how to help a person who's in problems, how to give people advice, you need to have wisdom. And what that comes from, what wisdom comes from, is literally working on your own mind. Because, you know, the Buddha's view of the mind refers to all living beings, even just not humans, but even to animals as well. So when we understand our own mind and we know we suffer because of attachment, we suffer because of anger, we suffer because of anxiety and jealousy, and then on the basis of that, we then do things with our body and speech to harm others, which creates the cause in future lives to have suffering. When you understand that for yourself, now when you look at others, now you have a way to understand them. Now, and therefore you know why they're suffering. You understand their suffering because you recognize it in yourself, and now you can help others. It's very logical, but we don't often think this, you know. In other words, let's say, you know, commonly at the teachings, a mother will be in tears and say, what am I going to do about my 15-year-old daughter? She's crazy. She's throwing chairs at me, you know, and what'll I do? Well, in other words, this is the point. If that mother herself has lots of anger, if she herself has lots of depression, if she herself gets anxious, if she herself doesn't have a clue about her own mind, then how could she possibly help her daughter? It's sort of fairly obvious, you know. It's really obvious. If you don't know yourself, you can't help another. But you see, we don't think that in our modern culture because our psychological models very much think the way to help another person, the way to understand their suffering, we think it all comes from their past. So we look into what their mother did, what their father did. We look into their events in their life because we think that is the source of their suffering. But the Buddha's view is very clear. The source of a person's suffering is in their own mind. And when we know that ourselves, about ourselves, then we can understand how to help other people. It's a very precise way of putting it, but it's not how we tend to think, you know. We look at a person who's really angry and then we think, well, what did their mother do to them? What did their father do to them? What did the next door neighbor do? What happened when they were children? We think we need to understand their genes and their DNA and their chemicals. That can all help. But the key point that Buddha's making, which is so direct, we've got to understand a person's mind. We don't think like that in our culture. And you can only understand another person's mind if you understand your own. This is really, really logical, but kind of surprising to us. So if we think we're Buddhists, we do our mantras and we do our prostrations every day and we do all our practices and we say our sadhanas and do everything, but we don't really know what attachment is and we don't know what our anger is and we don't much think about karma, then we do not know how to help other people. It's very straightforward. And, you know, this is our trouble. Much of us do our practice and do our mantras and do our sadhanas every day and do have faith in our teachers, but we don't really know our mind. And this is really what a Buddhist means, you know. So we have to know our own mind, and that's the wisdom wing. We have to know our own mind and we have to understand karma. That's the basis of putting ourselves together, lessening our own suffering, and then it's the basis of how to help others. This is very clear. And this is all fitting perfectly when you study the Lam Rim. So, okay, let's look at what is compassion. What does it mean, you know? Well, like I said before, we look at the Buddhist view of the mind, and we can divide what is in our mind into 3 categories. All the states of mind that are I-based, fear-based, ego-based, neurotic, delusional, disturbing, and the source of our own pain. Then we have all the positive states of mind, intelligence and love and compassion, all of these. We know these. These are valid states of mind. These are the source of our own happiness and help and are more clear and more beneficial and more useful. Again, this is not the way we describe things in the Western psychology, but this is Buddha's view. The third category of states of mind, I like to call them the mechanics, like all the things we all need to function, whether you're a murderer or a meditator. You need good concentration, you need good awareness, you need diligence, you need discipline, you need, all these things. They are necessary for everybody. So that's the third category. But the things we need to become familiar with in our mind are the difference between the negative ones and the positive ones, and as we were talking this morning. And so then, okay, so compassion is under the positive heading. Love is under the positive heading. We could summarize all the positive states of mind into two, love and compassion. So these are very much related to the concept of happiness and suffering. As I mentioned earlier, one way of presenting all of Buddhism is in terms of its being a path to stop suffering and get happiness. First and foremost, for yourself. That's the wisdom wing. That's junior school and high school. That's understanding karma and understanding your mind. That's for you. You're the beneficiary of that. So then, on the basis of understanding all that, you can now look at other people and you can realize we're all in the same boat. So compassion then, compassion and love, the definition of love is it starts with a thought, all these emotions we have, including our unhappy emotions, as I said before, or as in relation to Angus's question, everything comes down. All these emotions are rooted in being thoughts. We don't notice the thought because it's too subtle. We only notice the physical emotion when it starts to be very emotional. But when it all comes down to thought, so the bare bones definition of love, it's the thought, may you be happy. So of course you can have huge love, very affectionate love for some people, and it's really huge and you have it automatically, especially the people we're close to, and usually the people we're attached to. So we understand that. And then so love is related to happiness, may you be happy. Compassion is related to suffering, may you not suffer. That's how they're defined. Love is the thought, may you be happy. You see someone happy and you're happy for them. You want them to be happy. And if you have really big love, you will want to do what you can to help them be happy. That's the meaning of love. The meaning of compassion is you see someone suffering and you think, oh my goodness, I don't want them to suffer. You have empathy for someone suffering. And if you have really powerful compassion, they call it great compassion, mahakaruna in Sanskrit. That means not only do you have compassion, but you think, what can I do to take it away? And that's the unique characteristic of the compassion of the bodhisattvas. So love and compassion are the essence of all the good qualities, you know. It's the wish to make others be happy and the wish that others not suffer. So, okay, so if you have a thought, may you not suffer, you have to know what you mean by suffering. And this is where it now gets us back to the first noble truth. And we look at the first one, which is called there is suffering. But the Buddha he articulates 3 levels of suffering. And we didn't even go into these. We just mentioned the first one. So we get the first one. The first one for ourselves is suffering, as I said before, is when all the bad things happen. That we know, and that's the first kind of suffering. And the thing is, that's the only one we think means suffering. So when we have our compassion now, we look at the world and we see the animals who get hurt, we see the children who get hurt, we see the poor people who are suffering, we see the people who get raped and terrorized, and we're in war zones. So in other words, the only people we have compassion for are the ones who are having the suffering of pain, which is the only suffering we recognize as suffering even for ourselves. And the Buddha says that's too limited. It's only the first kind of suffering. So let's go back to the Four Noble Truths. If we really want to have huge compassion, the way Buddha's describing we can on the Bodhisattva path, we have to know his bigger view about the different levels of suffering. And this is right back at the junior school again, or high school, in the Four Noble Truths. So the first 4 of the Four Noble Truths, there is suffering. The first kind of suffering is the suffering of suffering. It's when the bad things happen, and we all don't want that one. So we know that. Now, the second one is called the suffering of change. So this kind of sounds kind of boring. You know, what do you mean suffering of change? Well, speaking in the way Buddha describes, and like I'm describing, the suffering of pain is when the bad things happen, which brings in anger, and therefore we harm as a result of harming others. But the second kind of suffering is more subtle and a bit depressing initially. What we mean by what Buddha means by the suffering of change, what we mean by that is when the good things happen, and that's what he means, but that's what we call happiness. So what we call happiness is pretty obvious, is when the good things happen. So if you think of the first kind of suffering, it's when the bad things happen. You get kicked, you get sick, husband leaves you, coronavirus, losing your job. We understand. And we look at the world, we see the children getting hurt, the animals getting hurt, the bad things happening. That's the only one we mean by suffering. That's just the beginning, Buddha says. Suffering has much subtler levels. So we have to first understand it for ourselves. So if we look at the second noble truth, the causes of suffering, there are two main causes of why suffering. One, and if we think of the first kind of suffering, the first cause is past karma, a negative action of, let's say, harming another, based upon the second cause, a delusion. They are the components of a negative action, one that harms another, and it's motivated by a delusion. So that will ripen in the future as our suffering. We will suffer from that. Now that's the suffering of pain. That's when attachment doesn't get what it wants, the bad things. And that's when we look at the world, that's when we see the bad things happen. That's just the first kind of suffering. Now we look at the second one, which Buddha calls the suffering of change, which is when attachment does get what it wants. Now, in ordinary life, that's what we mean by happiness. You look at the world. We spend our lives trying to get the nice things. We're trying to get what attachment wants. A nice job, a nice partner, happy feelings, a healthy body, money in the bank, no coronavirus. It's really kind of very simple. All the good things, we want the good things, basically meaning we want to get what attachment wants. And we don't want the bad things, which is what attachment doesn't want. So in other words, what I'm doing here is linking the two kinds of suffering to these two main delusions, attachment and anger. Now, in our culture, we don't think attachment is a problem. We just think it's a normal part of being a normal person. This emotional hunger, the manipulating to get what we want, we don't really see it as a problem. We just see it as normal. Well, Buddha identifies it as a deep problem that is even the cause of anger in the first place. So it's quite a different analysis. So right now then, what Buddha calls the suffering of pain is when the bad things happen. And what he calls the suffering of change, which is what we call happiness, is when the good things happen. So it sounds kind of cruel. I mean, you say, well, what do you mean? Why is it called suffering? And surely we're allowed to have a nice cake and happy boyfriends. And of course, Buddha says nothing wrong. But he says we have a wrong understanding about it. And for the moment, for us, we're driven by our attachment, this hunger, this emotional neediness, which causes us to control, to manipulate, to grasp, to possess, and then this attachment exaggerates. So it's a wrong method that we're using, Buddha says. And it's hard to see this because it's so normal. Attachment is so normal. That's why it's so hard to discriminate between attachment and love, and attachment and the virtuous qualities. It's quite a subtle analysis, and it's not how we think in our culture. So it demands a lot of understanding and then much attention to see it in our minds. So this second kind of suffering, the suffering of change, which is when the good things happen, why does Buddha call it suffering? It sounds so unkind somehow. Because the thing is, there's a distinction between happy feelings. Happy feelings are fine. Buddha does not I mean, this is an important point in Buddhist psychology. There's nothing wrong with happiness. Happiness is exactly what Buddha says we can all get. Happiness is nothing wrong. But the trouble is the happy feelings that we want, which is perfectly reasonable to want them, the only method that we know to use to get happy feelings is to get an object of attachment. So there's nothing even wrong with cake and nice boyfriends. They're not the problem. Happiness is not the problem. The problem is our method for getting happiness. And that's what Buddha's saying, that we follow this neurotic, deluded, disturbing, ridiculous state of mind called attachment. But it's really hard to see this. It's easy to say these words, but it's very hard to identify, you know? So it's quite a subtle level of practice that we're talking about here. But we have to first recognize what it means. Attachment is coming from a wrong sense of self. It causes us to be, makes us feel like we're separate. We then have to hunger after something out there. We're convinced that when I get the cake, when I get the boyfriend, when I get the good job, then I'll be happy. In other words, we don't know how to get happy feelings. We don't know how to feel content, to feel happy, to feel fulfilled. We don't know how to do that unless we get an object, a person, a taste, a smell, a job, a body, a handbag, money in the bank. So the problem is quite subtle. There's nothing wrong with money. There's nothing wrong with boyfriends. There's nothing wrong with happy feelings. It's our method for getting the happy feelings that Buddha says is faulty. And this takes, I mean, first of all, it's not that easy. This is quite technical. What we're describing here is quite technical. That's why we have to study the Buddha's teachings if we want to, because it's not easy to understand. It's actually quite subtle. So we have to learn the meaning of these words and then identify what Buddha's meaning by this. And all we can do is go one step at a time. It's quite long-term practice, you know. So what Buddha's saying is, when good things happen, it is indeed the fruit of our virtue. When a person is kind to you, when you get money in the bank, when a person gives you something, this is the fruit of your past virtue. So it is fantastic. But what happens is we poison it by then grasping at it, misinterpreting it, having attachment for it. We make a mess, in other words. So to have people be kind to us is fantastic. To have money in the bank is the fruit of generosity. People to believe our words is because we haven't lied in the past. People to be kind to us is because we've been kind in the past. People to love us is because we've been loving in the past. It's fantastic to have good things happen. Absolutely fantastic, delight in it. But our problem is we then become attached to it, we over exaggerate it, we grasp at it, we cling to it as mine, we don't want to share it, and that's the problem. Happy feelings is not the problem, good things happening are not the problem, it's our misinterpretation of these, and that's what attachment does. So it's very hard to see, it's quite subtle. That's what Buddha means by the suffering of change, when the good things happen, because we misinterpret them and we grasp at them, and then we think, well, the cake is the cause of my happiness, because it does when you eat the cake. So, okay, think of something simple like money. You get money. Someone gives you money, a gift. We all like to be given gifts. So then we feel good. So we logically think, oh, well, getting money is the cause of happiness. Getting nice cake is the cause of happiness. Getting a nice boyfriend smiling at me is the cause of happiness. So the Buddha's way of putting it is, it's not the main cause. Getting money is the fruit of your past virtue. Definitely you created the cause to get money in the bank. You created the cause due to your past virtue for someone to be kind to you. That's clear. But what we do is attachment kicks in and over exaggerates it and then grasps at it. And then we think the main cause of my happy feelings is the money. The main cause of my happy feelings is the boyfriend. No, Buddha says, that's a mistake. They are merely a secondary cause. They're like a catalyst. The main cause of someone being kind to you is your past virtue. The main cause of getting money is your past generosity. That's what we have to understand karma. The main cause of a bad thing happening is not the punch in the nose from the boyfriend, is your past negative action. So it's quite a tricky point to get clear. So the main cause of our happiness is our own past virtue, but we think it's the cake. We think it's the boyfriend. So we become attached to the boyfriend, and we think, well, boyfriends make me happy. I better keep having boyfriends. So then that's what attachment does. So we end up polluting the whole thing. And we've got, in other words, it's a technical thing. We have a wrong understanding of what causes happiness. That's the Buddha's point. So now if we understand that for ourselves, and we look at the rest of the world, and we see the beautiful people and the happy people and the smiling people and the rich people, and we think, oh, well, why should I have compassion for them? They're not suffering, because we have only the first kind of suffering. But when you understand this more subtle level of suffering for yourself, you'll go, oh my gosh, you have compassion for those people because they've fallen into the same trap of believing the boyfriend and the money and the beautiful house are the cause of their happiness. They're not. It's their past virtue that's the cause of their happiness. And their attachment is destroying it. So then when you become attached to it, you create more negative karma, and then it all finishes and you're back into the gross kind of suffering again. It's quite a subtle analysis, but we have to learn it and think about it, you know, not to hear it in a moralistic way. So as soon as we understand it better for ourselves, when we study the Four Noble Truths, we then look at the world and suddenly our compassion expands for everybody else on the planet. But then what about the people, for example, another group of people we never have compassion for ever would be the bad people. So why should I have compassion for the pedophile? Why should I have compassion for the torturer? Why should I have compassion for the greedy people? This is really clear. We do not have compassion for them. So again, go back to junior school, learn about karma, and then you understand why people do bad things. It's because you've got the habit. So you look at yourself, and with respect to every one of us, we might not rape and kill too many people, but we badmouth with our mouth. We're unkind to people. So we can see anytime we ever harm anybody, it's not because we're feeling full of love. It's not because we're feeling kind. It's not because we're feeling compassionate. It's because we're feeling attached, angry, hurt, resentful, jealous, etc. That's why we harm anybody. We might not do much harm, but when we understand that for ourselves in the first level of practice, now we look at the world and we understand why people harm others, because they came into this world programmed with their own tendencies, and you know why they're harming others. So of course you have compassion for them now, because you can see how they're harming themselves. That's the point. So you never have that level of compassion until you understand karma. So without the first wing, without the wisdom wing, without understanding karma, without understanding your mind, you cannot understand your own suffering. You cannot understand the causes. Therefore, you don't have much compassion for yourself, and therefore you don't have any compassion for anybody in the world except the few innocent victims. And that's the level of compassion we have now. And it's just it's just way too limited, you know. I mean, I'm saying things here quite technical, and we won't know this unless we study the teachings, if we want to. No one's going to force us. That's up to us to decide if we want to understand Buddha's teachings. You know, it's quite a precise analytical presentation. And again, this is Buddha's experiential findings. He's not asking us to believe it. He says, this is what I have found to be the cause of suffering, and it's up to you to find out. So on the basis of this, then it gives us the reasoning for why we can begin to learn to have compassion for every single person. So, I mean, this is intense, you know, this is a very powerful concept. It's not natural. It doesn't seem very natural to have compassion for rich people. It doesn't seem very reasonable to have compassion for the pedophile or for the terrorist or the person who drops the bombs or for the greedy companies, you know. It doesn't seem reasonable to have compassion for them. But when we understand karma, it gives us a sound basis. So it's a very profound level of compassion, much broader level of compassion. So all we can do is take it one step at a time, you know. It's not that easy to have it. We have to see the logic for it. That's the point. So before we continue discussing how to get compassion, does anybody have any questions about these points? Because, I mean, they're quite intense points, you know.
Somebody wrote a question.
Go on.
Our past actions define our future. Every single negative.
I didn't hear the beginning. I'm very sorry.
Our past actions define our future. Every single negative action will ripen as our future suffering. when we are suffering in one life because of previous negative actions, how can prayer help us? Can prayers of others ease or shorten our suffering and neutralize our negative karma? And can our own prayer help? Enlightened minds have the power and will to help in such cases, or we have to leave all suffering we created with our own previous negative actions. No escape from that.
So to get the answer to that question, we have to understand what a Buddha is. The only way to understand it. So we have to understand what a Buddha is, okay? So the end result of all this practice for ourselves is we will become a Buddha, free of all the rubbish, completely free of all delusions, free of all the karma, all the karmic imprints gone from the mind, completely purified and developed to perfection all the goodness, and have realized wisdom, have realized emptiness and perfected all of this. That is the end result. So the Buddha's point is, since the time of the Buddha, there must be countless people, countless sentient beings who have practiced exactly what Buddha practiced and who have also achieved the result, which is to become a Buddha. So what is a Buddha? Well, first of all, when we understand that the mind is not physical. So mind by definition is not physical. So when finally you're a Buddha and you've gone beyond all delusions and all neuroses and all the nonsense, your consciousness, which is not physical, is completely perfect in wisdom, perfect in compassion, and completely perfect in the power, the capacity to help others. And that word Buddha refers to that unmanifest, all-knowing, all-compassionate, all-pervasive, all-wide consciousness. That is the meaning of Buddha. And there are countless beings who have accomplished that. So those minds exist. Mind is beginningless and endless. So Buddhas are pervading the space. There are countless beings who have accomplished Buddha. So we looked into depth into the qualities of a Buddha. This is where, if we compare it with the materialist view of the world, it sounds completely like science fiction, completely insane to think there's minds that are pervading the space, see all things that exist, have infinite empathy with every single being, and they have the quality, the capacity to manifest their minds in millions of forms simultaneously to benefit sentient beings. That's a Buddha. That's what the teachings say. So if we can even imagine there's such beings, then those minds are pretty powerful. So when as a Buddhist, you do prayer. First of all, many prayers are merely aspirational. Then may I achieve compassion. May I achieve enlightenment. May I benefit others. May sentient beings stop suffering. It's sort of like what the world calls positive thinking. They're very powerful aspirations. And because that those thoughts are programming you into becoming a very compassionate person. You're growing your own capacity for compassion. You're not asking anybody to do anything. There are also many practices, as we know, that are related to the Buddhas. There's many Buddhas. There's a Buddha of compassion, all kinds of Buddhas, especially how they talk in Tantra. There are different manifestations of different psychological qualities, and that's what the Buddhas are. There's a Buddha of compassion, a Buddha of wisdom, a Buddha of power. All the different psychological qualities are represented by different Buddhas. So these beings exist. Actual minds exist. Buddha minds exist, So then connecting with those minds, making aspirations to be like them, praying to those Buddhas, that has powerful benefit. Of course it does. There's no question. And the point is, a Buddha is a being who wants to help others. That's why they became a Buddha. They're driven by compassion, and their ability is to help countless sentient beings. So it's the same analogy. If you studied for years to be a doctor, why did you become a doctor? To benefit others. You finally achieved the goal. You've got the wisdom of being a doctor. So now your job is to help others. So how are you going to help others? You can't just barging into people's houses. You've got to be asked. You've got to be requested. So that's what prayer is. If I go to you as a doctor, I won't put my hands like this, but I'll say, please, doctor, help me. And because you're qualified, you will. Well, that's what prayer is. So, we pray to the Buddhas, and that's their job, is to help and support and guide. That's their job in the most powerful ways. So prayer is hugely important. Of course it is. Other questions? Marius?
I have a question. Hello.
Good.
Hello.
Hello, darling.
I have a question. I don't know. what you said about the boyfriend who punches you in the nose because you have a bad karma. I think despite your bad karma, still society should react and punish the boyfriend, and he's still guilty, although he's a tool of my karma, for example.
Of course, exactly. That's right. Of course. I mean, yeah, of course. I mean, it's like, yeah, this is the same thing when your boyfriend is kind to you. That's the direct result of your kindness to him. And so you also will acknowledge it's marvelous to be a kind boyfriend. It's not cool to be a bad boyfriend. There are facts, absolutely. But as to whether you get punished, that's another discussion. You have to, I mean, if you can work it out with your boyfriend and have discussions and get him to take responsibility and he promises not to punch you again, then you've solved the problem, haven't you? Do you understand my point? And that's up to each individual in their relationship. But often our relationships are a disaster, and we keep, because of my own attachment, I'll keep running off to boyfriends who keep punching me. I mean, we're kind of ridiculous, you know? So of course it's inappropriate to punch people, and it's very appropriate to be kind. That's called bad morality and good morality. So of course, so in our relationships, all the good things that happen, this is marvelous. Praise your boyfriend every day for being kind. And yes, indeed, criticize the boyfriend for harming you. But so one thing here, the key point we're trying to describe here, though, from a personal point of view, we're not discussing politics or general policies for governments, what to do about bad boyfriends. We're looking at our own personal responsibility and personal relationships and decide, what am I going to do about this in this crazy relationship? So if I've got lots of attachment and lots of fear and lots of jealousy and lots of low self-esteem and lots of anger, I will be paralyzed. I will be a victim, and I will sit there every day not even thinking that I can change and leave the stupid boyfriend, and not even thinking I can change my mind, and not even understanding how I can help the boyfriend. So that's why our relationships are a disaster. Do you see what I'm trying to say? So the first step is we have to be realizing where we are coming from and what is going on. So if we have any self-respect and the boyfriend starts punching, excuse me, I'm out of here, goodbye. But often when we're victims, we keep running back, don't we? And then nothing ever changes. It's crazy. So the first thing we're discussing here is our own direct relationship to that boyfriend. And then indeed, if he keeps punching people, eventually he will get arrested, you know? But if he can change beforehand, wow, fantastic. Are you seeing my point?
Yeah.
See the point?
Yeah.
So emphasis strongly. Yeah. So in terms of compassion, now that's another discussion. Let's say you're really practicing and you're not a victim and you really understand your own mind and you're trying to be a good partner and you see your crazy boyfriend gets angry easily, but you think about it and you realize he's also got good qualities and there is something worthwhile in this relationship, then you can, for your own sake, become braver and wiser, and you can even be able to help him as well. That's a useful relationship, but you've got to see there's something worthwhile there, and he's got to want to change. That's how we can help each other. But if you're just a victim, you can't help anybody. You can't help yourself and you can't help him. You understand my point? And we've got to, from our own side, as the recipient of the punches, we've got to have some common sense. And if you realize this crazy guy's not going to change, then please leave him. I mean, get out as quickly as possible. And if you realize, look at the suffering in relationships. People have no sense of self-respect. We don't even think we have an option, and we keep going back and get punched. This is insanity, you know? Do you understand my point?
Yeah, thank you.
So first we've got to get some common sense ourselves and some self-respect. Then we won't even put up with it. Then we'll leave. Goodbye, I'm out of here. Goodbye, you know. Then he's got to learn from his own experience then. Do you understand my point?
Yes.
Good, yeah, good. Someone else, please. Any other points? No? Okay, let's go a bit more deeply about compassion then. See, this is why, your point, darling, this is why the wisdom wing is so important first. It's all very fine to talk about compassion, but if you're in a relationship, and this is the commonest problem, I mean, classically it's seen as a female problem, you know, the typical woman who's passive and kind and a victim and the guy is the abuser and she's being so kind, or he really does love me and he keeps punching. I mean, that's just stupidity sometimes. This is not intelligent. That's not proper compassion. And I think this is one of our biggest problems in misunderstanding compassion. We think compassion is kind of soft and it's just foolish. I mean, look at mothers. I mean, forget the boyfriend who beats you. Look at crazy mothers with their incredible attachment for their children, over exaggerating the child's deliciousness. It blinds you from seeing their problems. So you're a very foolish mother in the end, because you allow the kid to do all the crazy things. I mean, that's what mothers do. They let their children get away with so much when you have lots of attachment. Do you understand? But if you're a really good mother with not much attachment, with a lot of wisdom, you'll have tough love for the sake of the child. I mean, so relationships that are mainly driven by attachment, that's the typical partner who kind of almost gives permission to the boyfriend to keep punching, or the mother who's almost, her attachment gives permission for the child to be lazy, to not, to not help, to be abusive to the mother. This is just foolishness. So we've got to do the work on ourselves first. So if you're a sensible mother, I mean, the number of mothers I talk to around the world who come to the classes, who talk about their son and say he's got problems, he's not working, he sits in his room all day, and I'm visualizing a 14-year-old, and they tell me that he's 27 and 28, I nearly faint. I'm so shocked. I say, what in the name of God are you doing? He's a 27-year-old grown-up man, and you're talking about him like he's 14, and you allow him to live without paying rent. Whose problem is it here? It's not his problem, it's your problem, because you're following attachment. This is how so many relationships work, and it's a disaster. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? It's really, that's not compassion, that's being idiotic. And that's allowing a person to get away with murder. And this is not compassion. I mean, compassion is very strong and powerful. If you're a really compassionate mother, you'll have tough love for your child. You will kick him out in 1 week. If he's mentally ill, seriously mentally ill, that's different. But, the number of things mothers put up with, or victims in relationship put up with their abusive partners, it's like we're all colluding in this in our crazy minds, I mean, it's never appropriate for a person to punch in the nose. Of course it's not. But if we're not knowing our own mind and not taking responsibility and not becoming stronger and wiser, it's like, I'm not blaming victims, but we're all victims because we don't know our own minds. So we allow this other stuff to happen. Okay, some really terrible relationships where, no matter what you do, it's very terrible. But this is very much talking to us as the victim, so we can learn to change as a mother or a partner, so we can become stronger and wiser for our benefit and then for the benefit of the other. So important to understand this, So compassion isn't some sentimental soft thing. It's actually very profound, and it's based on intelligence. It's based on wisdom, So, okay, how do we develop this compassion? Well, first of all, by doing the wisdom wing, abiding by the laws of karma, working on your mind, understanding your own attachment, understanding your own delusions, controlling your body, controlling your speech. It's a huge job. So, but as we know, in all these different levels of practices, there's different kind of, different levels of practice. So in the compassion wing, there's a whole series of techniques that eventually get us to that culminate in this achievement of this bodhicitta, this incredibly profound level that's a result of compassion. We know the word bodhicitta, and it's not equivalent to compassion. It's the result of compassion, really highly developed levels of compassion. But we've got to start somewhere. So there's all these different techniques that we have to practice that gradually help us expand our mind and break down the barriers that delusions have created between self and other. So the very first one, and we can spend the rest of the afternoon just on this, it's very powerful. What time do we have to finish, Marius? What's the schedule?
We finish at 5 p.m.
What time is it now?
Almost 3 o'clock.
No, it's 3:15.
3:15, sorry.
Yeah, okay, good. So then, okay, good, that's great. So we'll have a little break first. So, okay, let's look at this. So the very first, I mentioned it briefly earlier, the very first technique, and this is already profound in itself, and it's just the beginning. It's called developing equanimity. And this is, as you'll see, we'll go into it in detail. It's very profound. It's a starting point. So equanimity here, equanimity is used in different contexts in Buddhist teachings. So at the first level of practice, in the wisdom wing, when you're working on yourself, as you progress in your practice and you control your body, you control your speech, you don't just vomit whatever you feel out of your mouth, You don't shout and yell. You don't harm people. You try to control your body and your speech. Then you know your mind very well. You be your own therapist. You work on your mind every day. You lessen your attachment. You lessen your anger. You lessen your jealousy. You lessen your anxiety. So what's the consequence of this? You get much more equanimity. You're much more stable in yourself, less up and down, less extreme, less emotional, less neurotic. You're more fulfilled, more content, more happy. Very simple, but more equanimity within your own mind. But here, that's in the first stages of practice. But here, equanimity is referring to a different state of mind, and this is directly in relation to others. So here, the equanimity what they're trying to cultivate is it's the foundation practice that gradually you grow on top, one at a this next practice, next practice, next practice, and it all culminates in bodhicitta. So this equanimity, it's when you've achieved it, what it is this heartfelt recognition that friend, enemy, and stranger are equal to each other from one point of view. They each want to be happy, and they each do not want suffering. We've got to establish the logic of this. Instinctively, we can see it's true, but we're trying to really establish the logic of this, because this is going to change fundamentally the reason why we want other people to be happy, which is the meaning of love, and the reason why we want other people not to suffer, which is the meaning of compassion. So it's a very, again, a technical point. We often, when we use the words like love, compassion, attachment, anger, we're very vague. We don't have much clarity in our definitions. But this is the great skill when we study Buddhism in more depth. We learn the proper meanings of these things, and then we start to recognize them in our own mind, So this equanimity, so then think about, what does it mean? Friend, enemy, stranger. They sound very simple. But think about it, there's no fourth category of beings on this planet. Every one of us has those three categories. Every mouse, every tiger, every human, every ant has those friends. And who is a friend? Here, the framework is the delusions. So a friend, by definition, is a person we are attached to. And that means, and I will call you my friend when you do what my attachment wants. If you fulfill my needs, then you are my friend. And that means I have attachment for you, and you fulfill my attachment. So that's my boyfriend. If Marius is my boyfriend, as long as he fulfills my attachment, as long as he's kind to me and loving to me and generous to me, and don't think that's wrong. It's good. It's wonderful to have a boyfriend who's like that. But when we see it through the lens of attachment, then my reason for loving Marius is basically faulty. At the moment, I want Marius to be happy, for sure, and that's a virtue, but only because he does what my attachment wants. As soon as he leaves me for somebody else, my love turns off like a tap. He now is in the enemy category. Think about it. It's so obvious. And who is an enemy? We mightn't use that word every day, but you think about it. It's the object of my aversion, my anger, my irritation, my annoyance. Think of a person at work. You just don't like them. You mightn't say you hate them. You mightn't call them an enemy, but it's a useful label here for anybody you have aversion for. Think about it. So first of all, I have attachment for Marius. He looks divine to me, and he's in my friend category. And he'll only stay in that category as long as he does what my attachment wants. Now, it sounds always very brutal talking like this, but it's very good to get clear. And so that's the only group of people we tend to want to be happy. In other words, they're the only ones we love. So the only ones we want to be happy, the only people we love are those we are attached to. And usually the only ones we're attached to is the ones we love. So that's why we think love and attachment are the same, but they're completely different states of mind. Then you've got the ones who don't do what your attachment wants. And that could be the person at work who talks too much, who annoys you, who irritates you. You don't say, I hate them, but you have aversion for them. because they don't do what your attachment wants. They say the wrong thing. They don't say properly. You don't like their politics. They just annoy you. They talk too much. What's wrong, Marius? What's going on, please? What's happening?
Nothing wrong.
You're having a conversation in the middle of the teachings.
No. It's something related to organizing. I'm so sorry for it.
Okay. Okay, that's fine.
Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, well, maybe you should go off if you're going to do that. It's distressing. It's disturbing to people. Okay. So then attachment is this neurotic, I-based state of mind that's kind of like emotional hunger that believes that Marius doing everything I want is why I get happy. So attachment manipulates him to do what I want. And that then once he does that, I am prepared to want him to be happy, which is love. And we do have that. We absolutely do love our friends. We want them to be happy and we have compassion for them. We don't want them to suffer. This is very clear. But usually that's the only group. And that comes to our animals as well. You know, you want your little cat to be happy because you have attachment for your cat, but you do not want the mouse to be happy because you have aversion for the mouse. It's really obvious. You'll kill the mouse, you know. That's in the enemy category because they don't satisfy your attachment. It's very evident, you know. So the people who don't do what our attachment wants, who've gone against our attachment, who've harmed us or hurt us, and we can see there's all levels of these. There can be people we really hate who have really hurt us. You know, we can see that. We would really call them enemies. This is true. Or we just have people we don't like. So we don't want them to be happy. That's for sure. So if Marius leaves me and he cheats on me or abuses me and you know, he leaves me, for sure, I will not want him to be happy, and I will really find it hard to stop wanting him to suffer. We know that, you know. So in other words, what we're pointing out is our good qualities called love and compassion. We do have them. They're amazing, but they're linked to our delusions. They're linked to our delusions, and this is what limits them. So the third category is called what? Strangers. And who are they? Well, that's 99.999% of the universe, and they are very simply humans and other beings who've neither harmed us nor helped us. This is obvious. This is the vast majority of the entire universe. And how do we feel about them? Complete indifference. We couldn't care less. So we can really see with this short analysis, I mean, we should be embarrassed that this analysis is proving that our whole way of seeing the entire world is completely self-centered. It's based on exactly whether or not people satisfy my needs. If they do, I call them friend and I want them to be happy and don't want them to suffer. If they don't actively do what my attachment wants, I will call them enemy and I don't want them to be happy and I don't care if they suffer. And I hope they, you know, I try not to hope they'll suffer. And the third lot, I don't even think about them. And that's the vast majority of the entire planet. I think, and of course, we think this is normal. I mean, monkeys do it, ants, dogs, everybody, all sentient beings. Because Buddha's view about the mind refers to all living beings, not just humans, you know. So this is the analysis, Buddha's analysis of what we can see is very evident. He's not making this up. We can see in our own lives. This is how we live our lives. We only have compassion for a small group, the ones that suit us. We only have compassion for some animals. We only have compassion for some humans because they fit our attachment. It's very clear. I mean, we talk about having compassion for animals. I mean, it's very interesting. We don't have compassion for the buffalo who just got eaten for breakfast by the mummy lion because we call it nature. But if your little pussycat was being eaten alive by some dog, you would call the police and you would insist they shoot the dog dead because they dare to eat your pussycat. This is happening all the time. Creatures eat each other alive every day. But because you're not attached to them, we don't even think about it. Humans, people have been going around raping children since beginningless time, raping women since beginningless time. But it's only when it happens to us or our friends that we even think about it, usually. I mean, it sounds very shocking, you know. So we're all driven by attachment, aversion, and indifference. It governs the way we see the entire world. And all Buddha's saying is it's limited. We can go beyond this. Why? So that we can realize every person equally. This is equanimity. It's the first step. When we can establish the truth, the logic that every person we adore, every person we can't stand and every person we couldn't care less about, from their point of view, this is the point, from their perspective, they are exactly the same as each other. There's not a fraction of difference. Sounds straightforward, but it's kind of profound. Because as soon as someone says to me, Marius, who just left me and has harmed me, and they say, well, Marius, Robina, Marius wants to be happy, just like your beloved friend, I'll be shocked. And I'll say, what do you mean he wants to be happy? What we will say is he doesn't deserve to be happy, because that's how we think about it now. So, we only want those to be happy who deserve our love, which means they love me. So our view is very limited. And this is why this is quite shocking. The Bodhisattva path is really very advanced. I mean, we love talking about love and compassion. When we understand the logic of it, the analysis of it, it's quite severe. It's quite intense, to even imagine the possibility of loving every sentient being, of have compassion for every sentient being. That's pretty intense. That takes time. It's a kind of progressive practice, pretty powerful. But equanimity is an amazing good start. It's a powerful start. It's something we can practice every day. Let's say you're a grandmother and you've got your divine grandchild. You adore your little grandson, because that's fine. You've got a karmic connection with that child. You have attachment for him, and you do have love for him, and you do have compassion, no question, but you adore your little grandson. Let's say he's playing with the kid next door and you can't stand this kid. He's mean, he's nasty, and you have aversion for this kid. This is normal. But then what equanimity is just simply recognizing. You stop in your tracks and you think to yourself, you know what, that smelly kid in his own little mind and my beloved kid, from their point of view, there's not a fraction of difference. They're both driven by the wish to be happy, and they're both driven by the wish to not suffer. That's what the meaning of equanimity is, recognizing that truth. And that's powerful. And of course, this kid's crazy. You're going to get your grandson out of the way. Be sensible. But it's really powerful, because as soon as you recognize that the kid you can't stand and your beloved kid you adore, from their point of view, not from yours, from their point of view, are equal to each other in relation to their wish to be happy and not suffer. That's the precise point we're trying to use logic to prove here. And this is the starting point upon which you will then build stable love and compassion, step by step by step, Because right now, the logic for why I want you to be happy is because you make me happy. And the logic for why I don't want you to be happy is because you don't make me happy. And that all Buddha's saying is that's not logic. That's ego's logic. It's the ego's logic. So what we're going to try and prove here in equanimity, that from the point of view of the enemy, the friend, and the stranger, from their point of view, they're the same as each other. And so another whole level of this practice is very powerful. But what we have to do is try and prove that these labels are indeed completely invented by our mind. They have no objective basis at all. I mean, there is an objective truth in that your husband, your boyfriend, the next Marius, cheated on me. That's an objective truth. And there is an objective truth that, my beloved friend is kind to me. There are truths. But the point is this. What we're trying to look at is the fact internally each person is driven by this primordial wish to be happy and not suffer. That's beyond whether they're good or bad people. That's not the issue here. Are they good people or bad people is not the issue. But the other thing is the objective truth here is this. Let's say, back to Marius being my friend. I'm in love with Marius. He's my friend. He's under the attachment category, let's say. And let's say he had a previous wife. He cheated on his previous wife to get me. So I'm in love with Marius now. Marius is in love with me. We adore each other. And I think that the last wife was a creep, because I agree with Marius. But, it's ridiculous. It's meaningless. Because all of a sudden, now, a person who's kind to me, I don't care if he's cheated on 6 different wives. He's nice to me now, so I see him in a good light. And then if he cheats on me, now I'm going to change and see him in a bad light. So it's clear we're not being realistic in how we see each other. We see each other through the lenses of our own needs, It's very self-centered, in other words. It's very powerful. It's very self-centered. Another way to prove it, and you think about it right now as we're talking, a person you adore, a person you don't like, and a person you don't care about. What we're trying to prove is that from their perspective, they're similar to each other. That's all, in this wish. They're not similar to each other in being intelligent. They're not similar to each other in being kind. And that's not the issue. They're similar in this primordial drive to be happy and drive to not suffer. That's the simple point we're making. So you think of yourself, for example. Let's say you visualize in front of you now, to the left, a beloved friend who adores you. In front of you, an enemy, a person who doesn't like you, person at work, your ex-girlfriend, whatever you like. And to the right, a stranger, a person whose face you can put there just enough to see them, but they haven't affected your life at all. So naturally, you have attachment for the friend, aversion for the second person, and indifference to the third. You can't even think about them. They're so boring. We're all like this. It's very natural. Now let's reverse the situation and let's think of yourself as these three people. You are if you look at your friend, they're seeing a beloved person. If they wrote a description of you, you know, they'd write like you're this wonderful person. And you see them looking at you, they're seeing a lovely person. They're seeing a friend when they look at you. Now look at the person who doesn't like you, because you maybe cheated on them. They're looking at you with daggers. They don't like you. They're seeing an ugly person. They're seeing an enemy. You look at the stranger looking at you, they see you as just plain boring. So if they wrote down a description, they'd write three completely different descriptions of you, one person. One would describe a lovely person, one would describe an ugly person, and one would describe a boring person. We know that. But all I'm talking about is they're seeing three separate people. You are the same person. You don't have a fraction of difference in how you feel every second. Who cares if a person labels you enemy, friend, or stranger? You're just simply who you are, and every second you want to be happy, and every second you don't want to suffer. Those labels are there. They're dumping those labels on you. They have no objective basis for you. So these types of things we think about in order to show that these labels we project onto people, and then we believe that that label is true. When I'm in love with Marius, I see a divine person, like divineness is coursing in his veins along with his blood. And then he rejects me. Now I see an ugly person, and now ugliness is coursing in his veins along with his blood. And the first moment I thought he was divine, and even 1 month later, he hasn't gotten any older, no extra gray hairs. Now look how he looks to you. He looks like so ugly. It's so clear it's made up by our mind, you know. If I show you a photo of Marius a month ago, and if I show a photo of Marius today, and you look at them, you're not going to see a fraction of difference. But when I look at him, when I was in love with him, he looked divine. When I look at him, when I hate him, he looks ugly. It's so clear. These are the stories that our mind makes up. We can see this, but we just think it's justified. We think it's normal. We don't question it. You know, we believe in whatever we make up. This is what really the Buddha's point. We believe in our own labels, you know, all based on how people treat us. So in a way, we should be embarrassed. It's so self-centered. But we call it normal. We call it reasonable, you know. But the Buddha's, in a sense, the Buddha's saying, Robina, just because Marius is kind to you, that's not a logical reason to want him to be happy. And just because Marius is unkind to you is no logical reason to not want him to be happy. That's, in a sense, what Buddha's saying. So it's clear this is a more advanced level of practice. This is profound. I mean, you know, the woman, what's your name, sweetheart, who asked about the angry boyfriend, the punching? What's your name? Can't hear you, sweetie. Put your mic on. Say it again.
Andra.
Andra.
Yeah.
Andra. Thank Andra's point before, you know. So if the discussion that Andra and I were having is more the wisdom wing practice. You still got to put yourself together. You realize he's an abusive boyfriend, get some common sense and get the hell out of there. That's intelligent practice. But if you're at a more advanced level, if you know you've got a relationship with this boyfriend, you understand his qualities, you know he's got a bad temper, but you know there's something worthwhile in this relationship, you've done work on yourself, and you do recognize there's some validity in this relationship, and you're prepared to work on it. That's another whole discussion. That's more the compassion point of view. But you've got to be qualified to do that. If you're in the victim mode and you're overwhelmed, and you've got self-pity, and you're feeling suffering, and you've got no control over your own mind, and you have no self-respect, you've got to get the hell out of there as quick as possible. So it's all a question of where you're at. You see what I'm saying, Andra? It's all a question of what you can handle. We have to know ourselves, you know. I mean, for example, I always use this one example. A friend of mine in Australia who's got an alcoholic husband. So naturally, you don't want an alcoholic husband. It's a hassle. you know. So in the beginning, she wanted him to change. Of course she did, and she tried to help him, but you know, she saw at some point, and by this point she's like a grandmother, she realized, she came to a really clear conclusion that he wasn't going to change. So she had some decisions to make. This is the point. So she weighed up the advantages and disadvantages of this relationship. And that's really, this is it's only a person who's done some work on their own mind who can do this in a stable way. If you're full of attachment, I mean, one of attachment's main function, it manipulates a person to be what you want them to be. We call it for their sake, but often, and there's some compassion there, but it's usually poisoned by our attachment. So attachment is like a manipulator that tries to control people. And then when they don't behave the way you want, you get angry. So of course we think that's normal. We think that's reasonable, but we're not distinguishing between attachment and love and attachment and anger, you know? So when we know that, so that she at some point had to accept the reality that he wasn't going to change and to stop expecting him to change. So she had some choices to make. So she weighed it up. He was kind. He didn't get angry. He didn't harm other people. He just harmed himself. He was generous. The grandchildren loved him. He worked, you know, he did things. So she weighed it up and realized that it was more advantageous to stay in the relationship, have her own life, do her Buddhist retreats, go here, go there, and accept the way he is. Now, that's a really intelligent person. He's still an alcoholic, but she's not angry with him. She's accepting him for who he is. And you've got to make these decisions, you know. We've got to make these decisions. Sometimes you need to relieve the relationship. It's the best thing to do for the person's sake and your own. And sometimes you stay in the relationship, but you've got to make the decision either way, you know. And it could be the same for your job. Maybe you've got a crummy job, but there's just no other job you can get. So you've got to, instead of complaining and being angry and miserable, this is a wisdom wing work, not compassion. Then you decide, okay, this is the best job I can get. I'll make the most of it. I'll see the good qualities and I'll learn to be happy. That's intelligence, you know. But let's say you're in a job like the abusive boyfriend, you have an abusive boss. If you can't handle it, like your alcoholic husband, you get the hell out of that job. And that's grown up, you know. So it's not an easy thing to do. But here we're talking more advanced, which is the one of compassion. And if you're not capable of this level of compassion, you leave. There's no question. I mean, don't think compassion is a foolish thing. It's the worst compassion is that one. Like the false compassion for your poor lazy son, the false compassion for your abusive boyfriend. That's not compassion. That's weakness. And it doesn't help yourself and it doesn't help them. So compassion is really more advanced and it's more profound. And it's based on intelligence. It's based on wisdom, you know. It's so important to understand. Have any questions about this? Any questions about this? You can have a little break if you like. No questions there, Marius?
There is one, but yeah. I understand that according to Buddhism, the mind is beginningless, but provided at one, and is the possibility of becoming a Buddha for all of us. What is at the other end?
Of what?
Every mind comes from very low levels of consciousness and then evolves to higher levels.
No, not like that. It's not like that. No.
Are there separate minds at all?
What, darling?
Are there separate minds at all, or it is just one perception according to the level they are at in a specific moment?
It's none of those things, no. So there are trillions and trillions and trillions of individual mind streams, one of the words they use in Buddhist psychology, continuities of consciousnesses, kind of, you know, like a river of mental moments. There are trillions and trillions of individual minds. That's called sentient beings. All the millions of rats, the millions of ants, the millions of humans. Look at them all. The term in Tibetan is they're all mind possessors. But you can see they're individual creatures, aren't they? Look at them. I mean, count the billions of, even just, you know, there are 7 billion humans. They're all 7 billion distinct, different minds. Then all the millions of animals and creatures. And then Buddha would assert that there are other beings as well that we can't even see. So there literally are countless individual sentient beings. Those minds go back and back and back and back and back. That's the Buddha's view. They're beginningless. All these minds are also endless. They don't begin and they don't end. So this is a weird idea for us. Of course it is. In the materialist world, you begin in your mother's womb and you end at death. The Buddha's view is very different. So, okay, there's that point. They're all individual minds. But as you, but the point is, so that's the very simple point. They're all individual minds, and whatever each of those minds thinks and does and says programs that consciousness, that mind, which will produce the future experiences of that consciousness, that mind. It's very simple. So if that person has more questions, then please ask on the basis of that. Are there any other questions?
How can we deal with toxic people?
I beg your pardon?
How can we deal with toxic people? I have been knowing this friend for more than 6 years, but he has changed lately. He uses to complain about everything. He's angry most of the time, and sometimes his attitude towards life makes my mind very agitated.
Well, you're the perfect example of of foolish compassion. I mean, this person is just merely a friend. What I'm deducing, there's not a girlfriend or a boyfriend, but you're being exactly the same, hanging around this person, complaining about them. It's like you've got a boyfriend or a girlfriend who's mean and ugly, but you keep going back to live with them. You've got to make some decisions, baby. You've got to make some decisions. If you can see this person is unhappy, is suffering, is deluded, you have to decide, is there something worthwhile in your having a relationship with them? Is there some benefit to you or to them? And if there isn't, you stop being their friend. It's very simple. But you're sitting there passively, it seems to me, and then annoyed with this friend, fed up with him for 7 years, but you keep being his friend. You've got to make a decision. It's like a person in a crummy relationship being victimized. You've got to make a decision. What do you hang out with this person for? Now, if you've got compassion for this person and you feel you can be beneficial to them, that's a different discussion. But you've got to decide. That's my answer. And if you want to ask me questions on the basis of that, please do so. It's exactly what I've been talking about here. Exactly, You've got to be in charge of your life, honey, whoever you are. You've got to be in charge of your life. You've got to be in charge of the friends in your life. You've got to be in charge of where you're at and what you need in your life. So if this is disturbing you, keep away from them. But if you can handle them and you can love them and have compassion for them and maybe help them, great. You have to decide. You're the boss. You're not a victim. I hope that helps. Someone else. Marius, other questions?
How can an animal influence its karma?
It can't, except negatively, because this is the point about, the Buddha's view of the mind. Animals and us, humans, have exactly the same delusions. We've all got the delusions. We've all got ego grasping, the root delusion. We've all got, attachment, anger, and then we act upon these. The difference between humans, and you would be forgiven for thinking we're not better than animals sometimes, is that at least with us humans, if we're fortunate, we can access our virtue, our kindness, our intelligence, our ability to change. That's the saving grace of being a human. So an animal is stuck, paralyzed in its negativity. As a result of its own negative actions, probably done as a human, it gets born an animal. And because it can't access its virtue, it can't change its mind, all it does is create more negative karma. So we have to then help animals. That's the point. At least prevent, like if we have a pet, prevent your pet from killing other creatures. Let your pet hear mantras so to bless its little mind, so that when it dies, maybe, it can maybe meet kind of connection with the Buddha, so I can get a human life. It can only influence this karma negatively, not possible. Sometimes there's some virtue. Some animals do help others, but it's just mainly not much volition there. There's very little volition, That's the tragedy. What else?
Is consciousness equal with mind?
These words, yes, are used, broadly speaking, synonymously. Yes.
That's it so far.
All right.
I would also like to add something, but for example, my cats make me very happy. This is how they help me. They help me organize my life, and
that's
they are
wonderful.
of benefit to me.
Yeah, but the point is the cat doesn't do that. You do that. That's your job. You do that. You see a sentient being there. You have love and compassion for them. Amazing, fantastic. How kind of you. You are able to see them in a certain way. I'm not criticizing cats and animals. We're not saying they're, this is not meant to be criticism. It's meant to be a basis for compassion. So how marvelous, how fortunate they've got you, because you're intelligent and compassionate. You take care of them. You love them. This is incredible. What a lucky cat. Unbelievable. This mutual beneficial relationship. But, it's fantastic. That doesn't, so saying a cat is driven by its delusions doesn't mean you should hate it. On the contrary, have a million times more compassion. It's just giving the analysis of a cat's, of animals' minds. I mean, this is not how we talk in our culture. I know that, I understand that. But it's, so the conclusion from this is to, love your cat and have compassion for your cat and help your cat and support your cat. And that's what you can do. Do you see the point I'm making or not? Sure. Are you sure, Andrea?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
That's an important point, darling. Tell me what you're hearing me say, because you said you started your sentence with but. So tell me what you're hearing me say. Briefly, what I said before about an animal's mind. So what are you hearing me say?
That it's only me interpreting what they do for me. They don't actually, I don't know, by showing me affection and love and being happy in my presence. It's only my interpretation that they make me happy.
Okay. No, I see.
But it's not intentional. They don't do it intentionally.
From the cat's point of view and the dog's point of view. Okay, different things. First of all, you with your cat or you with your boyfriend, just the same, you've got a karmic connection. You've got a strong karmic connection, the Buddha would say, from past history, from history with each other in past lives. That's how come this cat comes to be living in your life. So straight away, there's a strong karmic connection between you, and it's mutual benefit. I mean, due to your not harming in the cat in the past, and due to the cat having the karma to have you be kind to her or him. Look at how some animals are tortured by humans, aren't they? So what a fortunate animal. Is it a he or a her?
He,
okay.
Male.
I understand. So that means he's got some incredible virtuous karma from the past of being kind to you, that like a miracle, it's found you again, and you are repaying the cat's kindness. So all the kindness you give the cat is because it's got the karma due to its own past kindness. So you've got this mutual relationship. There's no question. And of course, and so then secondly, the cat is really attached to you because you take care of him, you love him, you look after him, you feed him, you make him safe, which is the most precious gift you can give to an animal. Otherwise, the poor animals live on the street and they go crazy and get abused and harmed and eaten by each other. So what a fortunate cat, due to its past karma, it's got you. And then your side, you're able to give it all this love and compassion. Now, I mean, if you're another cat, I'm sorry, it wouldn't be like this, because you wouldn't know how to go out and buy food. You wouldn't be able to give the cat security. They'd be living on the street, killing each other, eating each other alive, not being rude. So a fortunate cat, the cat isn't giving you love. The cat is attached to you. The cat feels safe with you. That's marvelous. So this is, again, based upon the Buddhist view of the mind, the way the mind works. So all I can do is give you that and try and see if you can find a way to understand it. There's many things going on there. And it's marvelous to be kind to animals, to have animals. It's marvelous. It's so special. I mean, people love their animals. But we've got to see the difference between being attached to our animals and having love for them. Big difference.
Okay, thank you.
Good, darling. So 10 to, that's 1, 3, 10 to 4, isn't it? We finish at 5, right? Is that true? Turn your mic on, Marius. What did we say?
Would you like to take a break for 10 minutes?
I'm asking you what time we're going to finish. 5 o'clock, yeah?
5 o'clock.
We'll have a 15-minute break. Okay.
All right.
See you in 15 minutes. Thank you, darlings. Then I will answer Tubin Saldrin's point, and we'll go a bit about emptiness and more about compassion. All right. Dependent arising. Thank you, darlings. See you in 15 minutes. Bye.
Bye.
Hi. We're all here?
Yes.
Good. Okay.
Hello.
Let's continue then. So, are there any more questions if you've thought about in the last 15 minutes? Any more questions? Any questions,
Yes.
anybody? Go on.
Yes. Well, Robina, do you believe that an animal, a pet, could be a bodhisattva with powers to purposely come into one's life again and again?
Oh, that fits completely with the teachings. Yes, it does. Completely, that fits. Because when you're at the certain, okay, we're going to explain it. At certain level, as you progress on the wisdom wing and you get renunciation of delusions, and then you realize emptiness, and then you have bodhicitta, you're a really advanced, amazing person, and you're completely in control of what you're doing, and you have the power as a bodhisattva. Even the lowest level bodhisattva, and there are 10 stages of development before you finally become a Buddha, even the lowest level bodhisattvas have the capability, the power, to manifest their own mind in at least 100 different forms simultaneously, solely for the benefit of other sentient beings. So, so for example, the cat we just talked about, that can easily be a bodhisattva manifesting as a cat. Absolutely, no question. Of course, you're not clairvoyant, so you can't know that. But for sure, that fits with the teachings, absolutely. So that means, I forget her name. What was your name again, darling, with the cat? What was your name again with the cat?
Andra.
Andra. So Andra's cat could easily be a bodhisattva. Did you hear that, Andra, about the cats?
Yeah.
Okay, could easily be a bodhisattva. Of course, we don't know. But I have to say, everybody who's got a pet, they all think their pets are bodhisattvas because we all adore them so much. What else?
But
Marius?
I think the love for an animal is the purest form of love, because you really don't get any, I don't know, you don't get anything material in exchange for loving an animal.
I don't know. I would add to that. No, it's not. No, I would not think so. The purest love would be for a person who harms you. That's when you've got pure love. Because if this cat started eating you every day and slashing at your face with its claws, I don't think you would love it anymore. I mean, I'm not being mean. I know your sort of point's a good point, but the point is you have enormous attachment for your cat, which is why they appear so gorgeous. I mean, you don't love the rat in the same way, do you? You don't bring the cockroaches in and feed them and look after them and sit with them when you... I mean, hear my point.
Yeah.
Understand? But it's a good point. Still, I mean, think of it as a kindness, incredible kindness for animals. I mean, otherwise your cat will be living on the street, going crazy, becoming wild and having a very upset mind, So how marvelous if you take care of the cat. Fantastic. The Buddhist approach would be also you can do add an extra thing. The Buddhist one would be the sound of mantra is said to be very powerful. So let your cat hear mantra is the most precious gift you can give to your cat, because it can bless its little mind and help it. The Buddhist view would be really helpful for the cat to get a human rebirth next rebirth, so I can practice a spiritual path and become a Buddha. Other questions there, Marius?
Doing activism to some animals can take...
What does that mean, activism for some animals? What does that mean? Sorry.
Save animals. Activism to save animals can take a toll.
Save animals. What do you mean by save animals? Sorry, what does a person mean? Save animals. Huh? Sorry.
Farmed animals.
So farm animals, like go and save the chickens and save the cows.
From being slaughtered. From being
fantastic.
killed.
Incredible action. Amazing. Absolutely. Even to save one little fly from drowning is a very special action. Absolutely. No question. Lama Zopa, I think, in Nepal has a program where, as soon as, because I mean, if he goes downtown and he sees the goats are going to be slaughtered, he goes and saves the goats. He's got a place where he puts all these animals, It's a very special thing to do, to save an animal. Save any sentient being from suffering is very special. But to save animals is very marvelous. Absolutely.
So the person says that doing activism to save animals can take a toll on someone.
What does that mean, take a toll?
I don't know. Can be hard for someone, I guess.
Of course it's hard. I mean, especially if it's easier to help. It's easier to save worms. If you go to the bait shop and you can buy 100 worms. That's easy because you release them in the dirt. But to try and save goats and chickens, you've got to put them somewhere. So it's a complicated thing, isn't it? It's very complicated.
Any advice for activists who try to help vulnerable beings? Your advice?
Yeah, every word I've said so far. Work on your attachment, work on your anger, get rid of your delusions, and then you become much more powerful, much more clear, much more compassionate, and you won't stress out and you won't go crazy. That's the whole point.
Another one. Could you develop your explanation about the third level of suffering with examples?
That's coming into Thupten Saldren's question when she asked me to talk about dependent arising in a very simple way. Then that's linked to that. So if you know the Buddhist levels of practice is related to the levels of suffering. So the first level of suffering is when the bad things happen. So the way to stop that is to stop harming other sentient beings, practicing the discipline of not harming. The next level of practice is to stop even the good things happening due to attachment. You give up attachment, but to give up being reborn altogether, to get out of samsara, you need to realize emptiness. That's the third level of practice, the most advanced. So Thupten Saldren's question, she asked me, can we talk about, interdependence in a way for other people who aren't Buddhists? Well, let's talk about it for Buddhists as well. We all need it we all need a simple explanation. So all of these teachings we're discussing so far very briefly about karma and about the mind and then about compassion, we just touched upon more briefly. They all lead finally to perfecting the compassion wing, which is the development of bodhicitta, and the perfecting of the wisdom wing, which is then learning to realize the deepest level of how things exist, which is when we start to understand dependent arising, start to understand interdependence, which leads us to realize what they call emptiness, which of course is very abstract for us because we don't talk like this in normal world. And even most Buddhists, we don't know what we're talking about when we say these things. So the whole idea is Buddha's saying we can learn to rid the mind completely of all the delusions. Now, from the point of view of ordinary, from our materialist philosophy, that's a crazy concept. There's nothing equivalent in our psychology. There's no equivalent. So it sounds very abstract, but you can actually imagine a person with no ego, no fear, no jealousy, no depression, no anger, no attachment. They sound like they're mentally ill because we so think it's normal to have all these ordinary states of mind. So it's a pretty abstract concept, but that's exactly the point that Buddha's making. So of course it's up to us to decide to look into this and see if he's speaking rubbish or speaking truth, it's up to us. So what he's saying is eventually when we rid the mind completely of all these levels and levels and levels of misconceptions, levels and levels and levels of delusions, levels and levels and levels of neuroses, the subtlest one is if we look at this package of three again, the Buddha refers to as the three poisons or the three toxic emotions. We talked about attachment and we talked about aversion. These two are pretty much throughout the day, and then all the others come as a result of that, like jealousy and resentment and low self-esteem and arrogance. They all come as a result of these two fundamental ones, attachment and aversion. We run between these through 1,000 times a day, but both of those are rooted in the main delusion, the main neurotic emotion, but it was so subtle that it's too abstract for us to even hear it. So that one characteristic, as I mentioned before, the one characteristic that all these neurotic states of mind, all these disturbing emotions have is that they cause us to be not in touch with reality. They cause us to make up fantasy. So attachment over-exaggerates the deliciousness of something. Aversion over-exaggerates the ugliness of something. But the root delusion over-exaggerates at a much more subtle level the very status of something in the first place. So as we know from reading the Buddha's teachings, Buddha talks about finally, we have to realize that this ignorance in us, this deeply primordial ego grasping, this main delusion, what it clings to is this primordial, concrete, solid, real, set in stone sense of self. It's so subtle that we don't even articulate it. And the Buddha would say we've got to get in touch with that. And that's why we have to have single-pointed concentration in order to access the more subtle level of our mind, because it's only at that more subtle level that we can do the work of really seeing and arguing with and unpacking and unraveling and then removing eventually this misconception, this very primordial clinging to a very concrete sense of a definite me. But these words, of course, are abstract for us. So the general point the Buddha is making is that everything exists in a certain way. Everything exists in this level. Everything exists interdependently, and that this grasping believes is a separate, isolated, concrete, unindependent me. Now, we never think we think that. It's such a subtle mistake. So what the Buddha says, we have to think about what he refers to as dependent arising, interdependence, how everything that exists, the self and everything else, exists interdependently. Everything exists in dependence upon something else. Nothing exists in isolation. Nothing exists solidly. Nothing exists concretely. And he says that's what we feel about this sense of self. We don't think we think that. But with much meditating and much practice, we get to identify how we believe in this concrete, real me. And this is the root of our suffering, Buddha says. This is the cause of why we have even attachment. So attachment, if you like, is the main voice of this ego grasping. That's how they call it, conceptually. That attachment is the main voice of this primordial mistaken sense of an independent self. So in other words, the stronger we have this sense of an independent self, the more separate we are from others, the more bereft, the more lonely, the more concrete, the more hopeless. So that means necessarily the more dissatisfied, which gives rise to attachment and all these dramas that we have that we think are so normal, but Buddha says are really quite mentally suffering. And his view is we can rid the mind of all of these. And this is the consequence of this is our own happiness, our own bliss, our own contentment, So in the Tibetan Buddhist monastic university system, which is the basis of any study that I have done, which is the basis of anything I'm telling you here, which is the basis of anything you'll hear from Marius if he gives teachings there, or Thupten Saldran, is this is dealt with in great depth, and we learned first intellectually to understand it, so we can then meditate on it and have an experiential realization of this, which is the point, of course. So basically, Buddha's saying everything in the world, everything in the universe does exist interdependently. So on the face of it, it sounds like, oh yeah, big deal. We kind of know that, but we've got to get the real meaning of it. It's a very powerful word in Buddhism, interdependent, dependent arising. Everything exists interdependently. Why he's telling us this? Because he says instinctively we don't realize this. We think, especially this sense of self, we really feel there's a real, solid, definite, concrete, absolute, isolated, pointable, findable self in there. And these words sound so peculiar to us. So he says there can't be, and we don't need that sense of self. It's a wrong sense of self. He's not saying there's no self. He just says we've got the wrong understanding of the self and how we exist. That's his point. You hear in the Buddhist teachings that there is no self. Well, don't misunderstand that. Of course there's a self. Here we are, we exist, But he says we've got a wrong understanding of how we exist, and that's the suffering. That's the cause of our suffering. So far we've talked about attachment being one of the consequences of this. We've talked about aversion, and we've mentioned all the other ones. That's all the consequence of this grasping at this independent self. So let's discuss the very nature of this, the mistaken sense of an independent self in the first place, and how to argue with it, how to counteract it, first intellectually, and then we eventually need to do that in meditation. So, okay, if we look at our language, it's very simple. We look at our language. Let's say Marius punches me in the nose, and I'm crying and angry and upset, and I'll say, how dare you harm me? I will say. If you nearly fall over, if you nearly have a car crash, or you nearly fall over the mountain, you'll say, I nearly fell over the mountain. We all know that. And on a conventional level, it's absolutely true. But the Buddha says that emotional, powerful response is coming from a complete misconception. And the misconception is this primordial, deep, instinctive belief in a concrete, solid, separate me in there somewhere. So let's just do this analysis. If we've never heard this before, even if we've heard it 50 times, it still sounds very confusing to us. But let's just analyze it, see if we can, get a sense for it. If I say, I have a computer and a cup. Well, you can see me speaking to you, so you can deduce it's a computer, and then I've got a cup. Here's the cup, okay? So I just made a statement. I have a computer and a cup. Well, that's three things, isn't it? I, computer, cup. Pretty straightforward. So if I'm speaking the truth, you will immediately check to make sure that there is in fact there a person, a computer, and a cup. Pretty straightforward. If I say to you, I have, if you're in my room with me and I say I have an elephant, and you look around and you don't see an elephant, well, you'll know I'm in trouble. I made up a nonsense. So as soon as a person speaks words, we check to see that I spoke the truth. It makes sense. It's reasonable. So you've got to prove that what I just said was the truth. So if there's a truth there, you've got to point out three separate things: a person, that's what I refers to, a cup, and a computer. That's three things. So you must count three things. It's really obvious. It's really straightforward. Now, I will tell you, I have a nose and an ear. Without analysis, you look at the photo in the picture here, and you will see that's true. There's a nose and there's the ear. It's very true. But if we do the analysis, and this is what Buddha says we have to do, when we say the word I, we kind of mean it as a separate thing. Because we say, I have a nose and an ear. Well, that's three words. I, like before, I, nose, ear. And that means those three, like we said before, I have a cup and a computer. What the point is there, we point out three things which are, in this case, separate and independent. That means the cup, for its existence, doesn't rely upon me for its existence. I could walk out the door, the cup is fine. That the computer doesn't need a cup for its existence. In a simple way, that's the meaning in this case of independent. They are independent of each other. That's perfectly reasonable. Now, in this statement, I have a nose and a foot, a nose and an ear. Well, we can point out the ear, which is in fact independent and separate from the nose. So the nose gets cut off. The ear is fine. It doesn't need a nose. They're not dependent upon each other for their function. That's very clear. It's very clear. But what about the third one? I. So that means we need to point out a third component called I that doesn't depend upon a nose and an ear or everything else. Now, Buddha says we believe there is one in there. So if you take the Christian teachings, you say, that the soul is this essential energy that determines who we are. In the Hindus, and this is where Buddha diverged from the Hindus, they assert a thing called an Atman, a unique, isolated, special thing called a self. The Christians call it a soul. Some people call it a spirit. The Greeks call it an essence. In a simple level, Buddha's saying we don't have one of those and we don't need one of those. Now, if you're a very devoted Christian, that will sound like a very shocking thing and it sound rather depressing. But the Buddha doesn't mean it like that. He's meaning it in a more nuanced, subtle way. He says our clinging to a real, solid, separate I. That's like if you start to search in here and you threw away the ear and the nose and the eyes and all the bits and pieces of the body and the mind, and it's a really good meditation to do, we really believe very strongly we would end up with discovering in here somewhere this little mini me, this little kind of me that runs the show, that's like the boss, you know, because that's how we think of the I. So the simple point the Buddha's making, if there is in there a special independent little boss, like the puppeteer, like the boss piece, and it's called I, if there is one of those, and this sounds very absurd, but you listen to it, if there is one of those, if there is a separate little I in there, and that's how our language expresses it every day, that's how we feel every day, but he says it's a misconception. It's an over-exaggeration. It's an over-exaggerated sense of I that isn't in sync with reality. Because if there were a separate, independent I that owns the nose, that owns the ear, that owns the forehead, that owns the fingers, that owns the anger, that owns all the other parts, which is how we talk. I have a nose. I have anger. If it were that separate I, in just the same way, when the nose is cut off, the ear doesn't mind. In the same way that if the cup breaks, the computer doesn't mind because they're independent of each other. So if it were an I that is independent, separate from the nose and everything else, then you would never say, when Marius insults me or he insults my nose, I say, how dare you insult me? He would say, no, I insulted your nose. But we say, I nearly fell off the mountain. No, you didn't. Don't be silly. Your body did. But if there is an independent I, independent and separate, which we feel, then when he insults my nose, the I will be watching and go, phew, I'm glad I haven't been insulted. It's only the nose that's been insulted. Or if the body nearly falls off the mountain, the I will be looking there going, oh, thank goodness I didn't fall off the mountain, if it was separate. Now, I know this sounds hilarious. It sounds like you're cracking jokes, you know. But they study this stuff for 40 years in the domestic university system, and then you meditate on it for another 40. So what's the point of all this? It sounds rather absurd, you know. It's because what Buddha's saying is, all these delusions in our mind, the root one, the clinging to the self-existent me, is the cause of why we have attachment, is the cause of why we have anger, is the cause of why we have jealousy and all the other dramas that they have no basis in reality. They're distorted, embellished, exaggerated concepts that we have made up, that is the source of all our suffering, is the source of why we do harmful to others, which is why we have suffering rebirth. It's the cause of all of samsara. So this is where we can rid the mind utterly of all this. And what's left is you are you, but you have a completely different understanding of yourself. There is no fear. There are no delusions. You have infinite compassion and be able to be a benefit to others. So that's a bit of a summary. Was that what you wanted to consultant or not? Or you wanted something else?
Thank you, Venerable. For me, it's clear. It's about the 5 aggregates, but we're supposed to get one more simple explanation, hoping that the people can understand. In this way, maybe they can cut all the other two.
No, you can't possibly have a simple. This is the simplest understanding you could have. But obviously, nothing is simple if you haven't thought about it before. When you've understood something, it's simple. E equals mc squared is simple for Einstein. It's simple. And you can't, I mean, this is a simple explanation of how there's no independent I. It's simple. And if you say you find it that you understand it, but it's no good for other people, then what are you talking about? What do you want? What do you want from me?
Because
what do you want from me?
we have one student. After many years, he cannot understand what is the meaning of interdependence. Maybe
Well, that's
it's
his
good
mind.
to.
That's his mind is the problem, not the explanation. He has to persevere, doesn't he?
I don't know how to
Well, that
to
means
deal with this.
you can't. I mean, that's very strange. All you can do is say what you know. All you can do is explain, and then it's up to the other person. I mean, if you speak to a person who's got lots of anger, let's say, and you tell them of the disadvantages of being angry, that person can't hear you. That person can't hear you, Sopan Saldran, because their mind is so overwhelmed by anger and the righteousness of it and their right to have it, that you speak the simple truth, no one can hear it. So, I mean, it's no fault in the explanation. The person can't understand it. That's okay. It's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Keep practicing.
You have right, Venerable.
Keep contemplating, keep meditating, isn't it? I mean, even we say the simple words, everything is independently. You can't interdependently. You can't get a simpler concept, but we can't see it. We can't see it, you know.
This is true.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Venerable.
Okay. What else, people? When all the wisdom teachings go to this one, like I said, they study it for 40 years and then go meditate for another 40. So, you know, it takes time to think about it. And the main thing is it takes time to see the experiential implication of it. We just hear it as a bunch of weird intellectual words, you know, that have no meaning for us. So we have to put meaning, like anything. I mean, you know, you can listen to a very clear explanation from Einstein in one sentence of what E equals mc squared means, and you'll hear the words, but there'll be no meaning because we haven't studied it. That's natural. That's completely natural. Okay, what else then?
Question. So what is the self? Who is I?
The I is the name we give to this package here. That's it. That's the answer.
I guess, yeah.
Guess what?
It's possible for the new coronavirus outbreak to be the ripening of a deeply negative collective karma. We human beings.
Of course, it's not possible. It is that. That's natural. Anything we label suffering is the fruit of negative action. So clearly, if the whole world is experiencing it in some way or another, it's a very powerful collective karmic result of a collectively created action. Of course it is. Of course it is, yeah. That's the logic of karma. Absolutely.
Okay. In certain situations, I observe the unconscious way I let my ego crawl into the situation. For example, while I'm helping out in a situation, I let myself feel disproportionately good about myself. I act as an outside observer, and ultimately I mostly let my ego develop instead of real compassion or moral conduct.
That's right, exactly. That's what we're all doing.
What would be a good daily practice?
Well, the daily practice, I mean, you recognize it. That's what all the practice is for. You've got to have concentration. You've got to study the mind. You've got to see the fact that you're even arising. But the next step is not just to call it ego. That's too general. You've got to be more specific. So that you've got to label the delusion. So the delusion in this case, you know, when we're praising ourselves for being kind, that's called attachment to reputation, or it's called pride, one or the other. So pride is a delusion that overinflates your importance. But the other one, attachment to reputation, is this commentary saying, you know, wanting to be seen to be a good person. So they're different. So you've got to recognize which one it is. It's not enough to say ego. That's too general. You've got to be specific in recognizing the delusion. In the same way, when we do something bad, we then over-exaggerate it by putting ourselves down, by criticizing ourselves. We very commonly do. That's so all this commentary that go on, always in reference to I, is what we do all the time. We've got to catch those thoughts, label them accurately, and if they're not valid, argue with them. If they're valid, then, you know, it's good to rejoice. There's nothing wrong with rejoicing that you did something good, but over exaggerating it, that's when it becomes deluded. So it's a question of catching your mind. And the more you practice, the more purification you do, the more skillful we get at doing exactly this job. So just keep going. What else?
Okay.
I would like to add something.
Yes, darling.
So the self, this package,
Yes,
is not actually separate from everybody else, or I don't know.
that's a good
I
point.
didn't understand the analogy
It's a very
you
good
made
point.
with the nose and the ear.
Like we said before, at the moment, there's a bunch of individuals. So you are clearly not me. Everything you do, brings its responses in you and your life. That's clear. But eventually, as you progress and work on your mind and get rid of all the delusions and develop compassion, literally at that point for you, when you're fully developed, it will be as if you are not separate from anybody else. You'll see their minds perfectly. You'll have infinite empathy for every single one, and you'll have only the wish to benefit them as if you were oneness with the entire universe. That would be definitely true. You see my point?
Yeah.
Because of our delusions, we have a separate sense of self, and we remain separate. But as we get rid of delusions and develop compassion, we literally become, yes, oneness with others. It's quite a literal truth, yes. And that's all we're aiming for. And that's what infinite compassion is. And when you realize emptiness and cut the fantasy and develop the compassion, you have this infinite connectedness with others. That's exactly the goal. You understand?
Mhm.
Yeah, perfect. Perfect. Yeah. Any more questions there written down, Marius?
How would you define the ego?
It's a very loosely used word. We take this word from the Greek. It just means I in Greek, doesn't it? And we use it very loosely. So there is no ego. Put it that way. If the word means I or self, then the way we're describing here is there is no intrinsic, separate, independent piece called I. That I is the label we give to the package. But when we say the word ego, we're usually referring to the neurotic sense of I, which doesn't exist. So I think that's the way to say it, using this word. Yeah. What else, Barrios?
Okay. About pranayama practices from yoga. Do they match meditation?
I don't know what pranayama practices are, please. You have to explain. It's a yoga term, isn't it?
Yeah, they are breathing practices in yoga where you focus on your breath and you control it in a certain way.
Okay, good.
For a time. Does this equivalent to, does this match single pointed concentration?
Okay. So what's the question,
Can
Mom?
I say I meditate if I do pranayama, for example?
Can you, is this your question, is it?
Yes.
Okay, you asked me the question, darling. I don't understand. Good, say it out loud.
I don't know. Maybe if I don't feel like doing meditation, but I do some pranayama exercises from yoga, can I get the same benefits as from meditation?
I understand. I don't know about the pranayama exercise. I've got no idea. But if we look at the Buddhist one of saying it, there are two kinds of meditation. And this first one, which we did a brief moment of this morning and last night, that's where we simply are learning to, in this case, use just the natural breath in and out as our focus. And that's to develop concentration. So there are many, many, many methods, and I'm sure in yoga too, they all have their own purpose. So it's not a question, do I get the same benefit? Or instead of meditation, should I do this? It's a question of what you're doing and why. They're all very specific techniques that have their own specific purpose, So that's for you to decide. There's lots of methods. There's lots of ways of getting your mind to become more concentrated. I mean, you could play tennis and get your mind concentrated. You could drive a car and get your mind concentrated. So the point about these techniques coming from the Buddha, which come from the Indians, is that using the breath as a starting point to get the mind to become more subtle. Because you can't get the mind more subtle driving the car, you'll get killed. So this concentration, the long-term concentration is way more subtle than you'd ever, and even eventually you've got to go beyond the breath, because that's still physical. But as you really got when you have finally achieved single point of concentration or samadhi, you have gone beyond the body altogether. You've then accessed your subtle mind, which is completely beyond the body. So if you want concentration, you start with the breath, but you've got to go to something that is non-physical eventually, because you go beyond your body. So it's all the question of what you want to accomplish. There's all these techniques have got their own purposes. You understand?
Yeah, well, they have the purpose in yoga to manipulate energy. I don't know,
well, Of course, but why would you want to? What's the purpose of that? Why do you want to manipulate energy?
So you have a clearer mind. I don't know. It depends on the practice. You either become more relaxed. You somehow manipulate the influx of energy in your body. This is the point. Achieving a better self somehow. At least this is what I understood.
Well, I mean, I don't know the technique, so I can't comment. But the point in Buddhism is that the purpose, there's two main motivations for the practice that you do. In the first level of practice, the main motivation is to help you become a better person. And the main motivation in the compassion wing is to help others. And that's the most advanced one. So the motivation, in the Buddhist view, the motivation that impels your action determines whether the action is virtuous or not. So it has to be more than merely self-centered. So to make yourself a better person, that motivation means I want to get less attached, less angry, less neurotic, less self-centered. That's a pretty profound motivation. And even more than that, why you do what you do is so I can be of benefit to others. And they always say that's the best motivation of all. And we can do that. So you think, why am I doing my meditation? So I can become a better person, so I can help others. Why am I doing the dishes? So I can help others. Why am I going to sleep? So I can help others. So you can do everything with that motivation. And that motivation makes the action very powerful. The motivation is the key. And in other words, we can easily, the Buddhist view is something in its own nature could be a spiritual action. But if you've got a self-centered motivation, it's not a spiritual action. And something that isn't spiritual in its nature, like washing the dishes, can become a spiritual action because your motivation is very compassionate. So the motivation is the key. And this is very much the talk, and maybe we'll finish with that now because we're 15 minutes, we'll do that. Let's just talk about the meaning of this. First of all, in karma, when you analyze what are the components, when you break down every action we do, when you describe creating karma, karma means intention. The real meaning of karma is mental action. And on the basis of mental action, intention, you do something with your body and your speech. But the crucial component in this that determines whatever action we do to be a negative or a positive action, which in turn determines the seed we plant, which in turn determines the karmic result. The key factor is the reason behind the doing of the action. That's what they mean by motivation. So a simple example, we've got a negative action, let's say, called killing, and we have a positive action, let's say, called generosity. So we can look at actions in the world. We can see some actions benefit others and some harm others. And the usual, what motivates those actions, and that's how come this is our culture, what motivates most people to kill in general is anger or attachment. I mean, in general. And that's why we call killing a negative action. In general, generosity is an action that's motivated by kindness. It's pretty clear. In general. So if you analyze, for example, the virtuous action called generosity, there's a particular way they present. In order for any action we do to be what they call a complete action, which drops seeds into your bank vault, if you like, that will then ripen as a sort of a future a happy rebirth. In order for any action to be a complete action simply of generosity, there need to be 4 things in place when you do it. So the first is there needs to be an object, a poor person, let's say or your boyfriend, doesn't matter, but a person, because you're not generous to a tree, you're generous to a person. So first is the object of your action. Number 2 is your mind involved in it. So here there's 2 parts. There's more to it, but we'll keep it simple. There's the simple thought, I will give. Oh, there's a poor person and you have the thought, I will give, 10 euros or something, or whatever your currency, I forget. But there's a second part in there, number 2, and that's the motivation. So normally speaking, that would be kindness. Oh, you see a poor person, I want to help them. It's compassion, I want to help them. I intend and I have a motivation. They come together, intention and motivation. 3, you do the action. 4, the result, they get the 10 euros. That's called a complete action of generosity. So now, What makes that a virtuous action for you karmically isn't even the giving of the 10 euros. It's not even the intention, I will give 10 euros. It's the reason you're giving it, and that's compassion. Now, we can understand that. We can understand that completely. So the motivation is the key thing that characterizes the entire action and causes it to be labeled a virtuous action, which sows a seed in your mind that will bring the fruit in the future of a good rebirth, an intention to keep giving, an experience of being given in return, and an environmental result. It's a complete action of giving. It's very powerful. But the key factor is the motivation. And I'll show you a simple example of why that is true. So there we have a general action of generosity. Now let's say Marius is rich, let's say, and he's my boyfriend. So I want his money. I'm all excited about all his money. I'm very attached to getting his money. So I'm, first of all, he thinks I love him, but I probably don't. I've just got attachment. So he needs money for the taxi and he can't find his wallet. So, oh, Marius, I'll give you 20 euros, darling. I mean, whatever your money is, I forget, you guys. I'll give you 20 euros. And I look so generous. So one, it's a complete action. Marius is the object. Two, intention, I will give Marius 20 euros. But the motivation, look at it. Completely attachment. I'm not generous. I want him to like me. I want him to give me his money. So my motivation is really lousy. My motivation is very manipulative. My motivation is attachment, to get him to like me, to think I'm a nice person, so he'll give me his money. Three, I do the action. Four, he gets the result. It looks like a good action. He gets 20 euros. He's happy, but my motivation is lousy. Now we can see in our daily lives, this is very common. We do things with a really bad motivation. We do things for self-centered reasons. We're nice to each other because we want a person to be nice to us. We also have virtuous motivations, there's no question, but we can see this is not uncommon. We can have a non-virtuous motivation. So that means I don't create good karma. How can I? Because the mind, what goes on in the mind is the key factor. You could even argue the same with killing. So killing in general is a negative action. It's usually, so the typical action of killing would be one, the object, the mouse. Two, intention, I will kill the mouse. Two, B, motivation, I can't stand mice. How disgusting. How dare the mouse be in my kitchen? They're disgusting, they're dirty, ugly, aversion, anger. It's very simple, normal, not uncommon. Three, I do the action. Four, dead mouse. That's a complete action of killing, and it's negative mainly because my thought was to harm, but the reason that impelled me to harm the mouse was my anger, my aversion, because it wasn't getting what my attachment wanted. That's fairly obvious. I mean, look at the world. Why do we think people go around killing and screaming and yelling and harming each other? Because of aversion, because of anger, which is based on attachment. It's fairly evident, So, but now you can even argue, let's say Marius has a mouse in his kitchen, and let's say typically in our world, in our materialist world, if let's say the mouse is suffering, so we think, oh my God, the poor mouse is suffering, I must kill it. This is called euthanasia. You do it to your grandmother, But let's analyze it. One, there's an object, a living mouse. Two, intention, I will kill the mouse. Motivation, compassion. He does mean well. Because he believes, let's say like the world does, that if you kill the mouse's life will finish and then the suffering will stop. That's the view in the Western world. Of course it is. So it sounds very compassionate. And his point is, his motivation is compassionate. He wants to help the mouse. Three, he kills the mouse. Four, the result, a dead mouse. So you could even argue for him, even though killing is labeled a negative action in general, his motivation kind of mitigates the action. And you can't say he creates much virtuous karma, but you could argue he doesn't create much negative karma because the motivation is the key. But as Lama Zopa says, meaning well is not enough. You've got to have wisdom. And so the clear point in Buddhism is because the mouse's mind will continue when you kill it, and you have no certainty, he has no wisdom, he's not clairvoyant, he has no certainty that the mouse's mind will definitely be reborn as a human being and get a spiritual practice and have a happy life. He has no certainty about that. So he's playing Russian roulette with the mouse's mind. So from his side, He creates some good karma, but don't think he helps the mouse. He probably made it worse for the mouse. So you've got to have wisdom. So the real point I'm saying here is the main factor that determines the character of the karma we do isn't in the intention to do it, isn't in the doing of it, it's the motivation that propels us to do it. And most of the time, we are motivated by attachment, by self-centeredness. It's not being cruel, it's fairly evident in the world. Look at it. Of course we have love and compassion, and we do actions based on those, and they're the ones that are most pure. So we have to focus on developing the wish to have the best motivation possibly for everything we do. So that's why I'm saying, in general, an action of meditating looks like a spiritual action, and an action of washing the dishes is just a meaningless action, washing your dishes. But depending on your motivation, the meditating could be a selfish action because you're doing it just to make yourself feel better. You're doing it with a self-centered reason. And the dishes could be a compassion action because you're doing it out of kindness to others. So in general, we can label things as negative, and in general, we can label things as positive, but the motivation is the key factor. So given that most of our lives, we're not going to be doing our spiritual practice. Most of our lives are going to be eating, sleeping, going to the toilet, hopping into bed with our boyfriend, going here, going there. They're driven by attachment. This is completely natural. It's a bit shocking for us to hear this because it just seems like we're saying we're very negative people, but that's the Buddha's analysis. So if we can change our minds and do our ordinary actions with compassion, with a wish to become a better person so we can help others, then we transform every one of our actions and all our actions become spiritual. So it's very powerful. And this is proving emptiness. There's no intrinsic negative action. There's no intrinsic positive action. It's based upon the intention, based upon the motivation, based upon the conditions. So it's a very powerful concept. So to finish, we can discuss that. Any questions from that? Does it make sense, what I said? Andrew, does it make sense to you, what I said? Good, Tommy. And that's up to us to every day to start the day. Okay, most of us won't go to the mountains and meditate all day and night to get realizations to become great yogis and yoginis. Most of us are going to have an ordinary life. So we don't have to just accept that. We can then have a pure motivation for everything we do, and that transforms everything we do. And that's how you can become a powerful spiritual practitioner, by being an ordinary person, washing the dishes, walking the dog. You change your motivation, and that radically changes your mind and helps you grow into a spiritual person. It's very profound. You just have to remember it, that's all. Which doesn't, so saying that if you kill the mouse with compassion, this is not suggesting we should go around killing each other with compassion. No, just don't kill, please, best. But it's using the example, even an action of killing might not be very negative karma for the person who does it. But the crucial point is, the reason you kill the mouse is to help the mouse. Well, if you don't have certainty that you will help the mouse, if you have no certainty the mouse will take a decent human rebirth, then back off and mind your own business, please, and stop playing Russian roulette with the mouse, or your grandmother for that matter. It's a really important point to think about. You've got to have wisdom. That's the point. Any questions about that? Or we just finish, maybe? Nearly time to go. Well, you people. Hope it was useful, our discussion together. Thank you so much for being here. And next time I'll see you all in person.
So far, there is one more question.
Okay, Marian.
Yeah. Does Buddhism consider an astrological birth chart a description of someone's karma? Does Buddhism consider an astrological birth chart a description of someone's karma?
Yeah, I mean, Buddhism, Tibetans have a very sophisticated astrology. It's one of the 5 sciences that they study in the monastic university system. It's very different from the way we talk about it in our culture, but they have a very sophisticated astrology. So they see everything is very linked in the world. It can be very easily that, absolutely. Of course it can. Yeah.
So that's it.
Okay. So goodbye, everybody. Keep moving. Never give up. Working on, please keep moving. Never give up. Never give up on your mind. Never give up working on the wisdom wing. Never give up trying to develop yourself. Never give up trying to help others, and go one step at a time and try and rejoice in our good qualities. delight that we're doing this, delight that we're trying to be better human beings to help the world. It should be incredible. We should be so happy. It should make us ourselves happy, and just keep moving one step at a time. Whatever path we use, keep moving and never give up. That's my main point. Okay, people.
Thank you so much for your advice. And please take care of your health. And we are wishing you a long life and good health.
I'm happy. I'll do my best.
Okay.
Let's make compassion and bodhicitta grow and grow in the hearts of all. Okay, you people. Much love to all of you. I like you Romanians. I didn't know Romania before. Now I like Romanians. I'll look forward to coming again. Thank you, sweethearts. Much love.
See you soon in Bucharest. See
you, darlings. Bye.
Bye. Thank you so much. Mulțumim mult tuturor pentru participare și vă anunț în momentul în care știm când vor fi învățăturile online care le transmite pentru București, cel mai probabil săptămâna viitoare în weekend, vineri, sâmbătă și duminică, dar vă trimit un mail. Mulțumim mult.
Și Pitești, mulțumim.
Dacă se poate, mail-urile când sunt trimise le puteți da și pentru cei din afara țării cu măcar jumătate de oră, o oră înainte. Primul mail la primul curs este, ieri, l-am primit cu un sfert de oră înainte și...
Încercăm să ne organizăm, era totul pe ultima 100 de metri și scuze, dar acum deja lucrurile sunt mai...
Nu e nimic, bine că am reușit să ajungem și a fost super fain oricum. Mulțumim tare mult!
Noi mulțumim! Mulțumim mult!
Numai bine și sănătate multă!
Și mail-urile te rugăm, Marius, să le trimiți și pentru cei din țară mai devreme, ca să putem și noi să le dăm.
Da.
Și să-și organizăm. Nu nimic, înțeleg.
Să ne mișcăm foarte repede, știi cum, toate lucrurile absolut fără niciun control. Sigur că
oricum ați făcut o treabă extraordinară, mulțumim frumos.
Da.
E mai bine. Să ne mișcăm mai repede. Mersi mult. Vă ținem la curent.
Bine.
Aveți grijă.
Mulțumim.
Mai bine.
Voi.
La revedere.
Pa.
Pa.
La revedere!
Salut! Am rămas singur.